for a man who can take her out in a Mark X every weekend because you raised her expectations and you can't meet it. Don't rent a car to carry out the girl. You don't have a car, you don't have a car. Take a taxi. And if she can't satisfy with that, brother, move on. You have one little $150,000 that you get for your partner draw. And you take it to your book all inclusive because you want to impress the girl. And you carry her go to Rio. With your only $150,000. That's a girl you're going to lose. Because you have raised her expectations beyond what you're able to meet. So let's get the show on the road. Good afternoon to you. By the way, someone sent me a video with Michelle Charles. And in the video, there is a profanity. Now, Dr. Charles. Dr. Michelle Charles, I think you should reconsider your PR strategy, okay? You are a former member of parliament, and the video you put out suggests violence. I'm going to play it, and I think Michelle Charles should consider who she represents. Is Michelle Charles running back? I don't think she can. I think it's a profound disappointment for a member of parliament to be promoting violence. And that's what the video is doing. It's not a joke, Michelle. It's not a joke. Your prime minister is speaking about peace, and you are there promoting violence. By the way, Michelle, you are to stop making mischief with the member of parliament, Miss Rosemary Shaw. That's not how you do politics.
Stupid. The one them one. One by one, gonna come up me in. One by one, gonna come up me in. Let me be to now stand on one. No, the fight idiot. I can make that. Need to go fight. Fight by them. Them stupid. The one them one. One by one, gonna come up me in.
I think they have bleeped out the bad word. Dr. Charles, are you really serious about representing people? It's a poor standard you're setting. Very, very poor standard for representation. And for a young member of parliament, it is unacceptable, ma'am. What you should be doing is charting a path as to how you can regain the seat. Don't pick fights. I'm gonna take down the music and play it again and see if I can pick it up.
One by one, uno come up me hill. Let me beat you and stand on the home 1-1.
That's violence. Make you beat them and send them back home 1-1. Huh? What are you suggesting?
No, the 5 idiot. I tell me say me if you come fight 5 of them. Them stupid. Me want them one. One by one, uno come up me hill. One by one, uno come up me hill.
Right. So when the tape came out, there was a bad word there. I guess they have taken that out. Why you don't take down the whole tape? Poor as a former MP. Not good at all. Terrible. You shouldn't be promoting beating nobody. You know, figurative. Well, I wonder how many people interpret it as figurative. And I sent Mrs. Charles a message for her to talk to us about it, but I don't think she's going to come. What do you mean it's not Michelle? So I don't know Michelle. It is Michelle Charles. Now Michelle Charles' voice, but it's Michelle Charles in the video. That's not Mrs. Charles, sir. Millie J. That's not Michelle.
No, the 5 idiot. I tell me say me if you come fight 5 of them. Them stupid. Me want them one. One by one, uno come up me hill. One by one, uno come up me hill. Me beat you and stand on the home 1-1. No, the 5 idiot.
Roofs is the major component of the SR. That will allow for us now to satisfy the passage of benefit to that person who is either in the minor, major, or severe category.
No, I'm not falling for that, sir. I'm not falling for anything. I'm talking about standards. And your standards in politics must be consistent. The Prime Minister is promoting peace. That's not promoting peace. Okay? That's not a joke. If we are going to cultivate a culture of peace, that's unacceptable. I'm not falling for nothing. I'm not falling for nothing at all. Not falling for nothing. I think it's unacceptable, sir. All right, so here is the minister.
So if you don't have any damage, you're not going to be a part of roofs. If no significant damage, not a part of roofs. Minor, major, severe, you're a part of roofs. Now, you'll get tiered $75, $200, and $500,000 in terms of grant applied in that tier. Now, just to break it down further, it's an initial allocation of $10 billion.
Right. So that I think is lost on the argument so far, that it is an initial allocation of $10 billion. Now, what does initial means? The start. We start with 10 billion. So I think Mr. Stevens should, Scratchy said something here yesterday about communication. And it needs to be repeated that the government's communication is not very strong, so the government is not only going to give 10 billion. They are starting with that. Okay, so therefore, more is to come. As the assessment continues, more can come. But some of you have been a little uncomfortable with this piece of tape, but I think it's worth playing.
It's 250,000. Minor damages 500,000, and major damages $1 million. Jamaica, in get the money. He have the money. He have the money, Jamaica, and he decides to cripple you and keep you all in cyclical and abject poverty. And then when you look, fiend, friend, and
all right. So the narrative that has been moving does not
tiered $75, $200, and $500,000 in terms of grant applied in that tier. Now, just to break it down further, it's an initial allocation of $10 billion. And as we said before, remember, we prioritize severity and we target vulnerabilities. So
it's $10 billion initially that the government is putting up. So I had to go back and listen to the thing to find out what's happening, because that's an important distinction to be made. That it is not only 10 billion that the government is going to be using to finance this, but they probably will have more coming. One more piece of tape before I move on, and I think this is something that we're going to talk about maybe tomorrow or Tuesday.
In the process of applying for immigrant visas, yes, deadlines are now ended.
Yes. When I was growing up, which is not so long ago, all of my friends wanted to go to the United States. They all wanted to migrate. And even when I was at university, all of my friends wanted to migrate. They just could not see a future here in Jamaica. I never took that. I thought I would stay in Jamaica, I would work in Jamaica, and I will make the best for my people and my country. It is not that they were unpatriotic and I was somehow superior in my patriotism. No, I think there was just a sense of frustration with the nation. And I think that sense of frustration would have carried for many decades and many generations. And it was in the interest of receiving countries for many years to use Jamaican labor, to use Jamaican talent.
That's not very clear. So we're going to have to clear that up and probably play it again. But I think it's interesting to hear the Prime Minister suggesting that that he has always wanted to remain in Jamaica and build Jamaica. And I think that is admirable. I really think so. All right, let's flip the pages and see what we have in the notebook today. What is it in your notebook today? Let's go there. Let's go to the notes. What if I tell you that the government faces a challenge that is explained in their 35-28 election win? It is the very success of the government that is the government's Achilles heel. I'm going to prove that to you. I'm going to prove to you that the PNP is weak, very, very weak in this very environment. And you will only hear it here on Politics Plus. What if I tell you that it is because the government did so well why it nearly lost the 2025 election? Could you ever believe that? It is true. It's intriguing. And it is also confusing. But you can move beyond the chat and be psychoanalytical, and you can also apply philosophical lenses to understand this. Now, one of the beauty of theology is that theology takes you beyond the natural. By the way, I want you to listen to this. I want you to listen to this. Listen to this.
All right, so where do we go from here, Andre, as a country in terms of economic development?
Fundamentally, Jamaica, you need economic stability to have economic growth, and you need economic growth in order to have economic development. We've not been able to have a sustained long-term economic growth because of lack of productivity. And what is productivity? Is output per person. Because when you boil up the economy, it's just two things, right? Goods and services, right? And what my book has shown is that we've not been able to be as productive as we ought to be because of two main factors. Human capital deficiency, which is the level of education that our population has currently.
I want to stop it there. And that's the problem, you know. Now, if you're not prepared to deal with issues, you're at the wrong program. Because, I'm sorry, we have buttered up. We have buttered up things in Jamaica. And a lot of it is because of how we practice the politics, you know. Like it take me 45 minutes to get 2 patty. That's rubbish. I mean, you can't spend 45 minutes to buy 2 patty in a drive-through. No, we're not going to, that's not acceptable. And we can fix it. But we are not prepared. You know, if a man have a sore foot, sometimes the best option is to cut it off, you know. You know that? Sometimes the best option for the sore foot is to chop it off because it probably will infect the rest of the body. And I know you may be eating your Sunday dinner, and but sometimes it's infested with maggots. And someone have to unwrap the bandage. Not pleasant. But if you're not prepared to deal with the unpleasantness, you won't get healed. And I want to show you that the very successes we have had are the very things that are our problems. This is
factors. Human capital deficiency, which is the level of education that our population has currently. 83% of the population has no tertiary level education.
No. 83% of this country. Now, there are positives and negatives there, which means that only 17% of Jamaicans have a tertiary education. It gets worse. There's all these people come up on the media and they talk and they say all type of things. But we have to face these realities. And this is why I've said, you know, you can't practice the politics outside of the culture, the values of the society. You have to consider that in the politics, different from government. We're not talking about governing here. We're talking about the politics. And that is why the PNP does so well. I think they are better at this. The psychological part of the thing. What's the word? Philosophical politics. The psychological politics, the philosophical politics.
83%. So only 17% has tertiary education. When you boil it down to other qualifications, 60% has no form of qualifications whatsoever.
So out of the 16% that left, 63% of them, no qualification whatsoever. This is the society that the Prime Minister is presiding over. That is why misinformation and disinformation is so rampant in this country. It's not just we are listen, if you're not prepared to go out into the deep Go over to Candy. Because this is not Candy stuff. That is why Candy and what the other girl name we talk about, Sardine and Rice, they are the ones that get the views. It's a largely undereducated society. We are not interested in issues. We're not interested in facts. Everybody does run up their mouth. No. What we miss? It is even in the church. For you find that past preachers have to take a particular posture to get a response. Many people are hearing, but they're not listening.
And 65% have no skill certification. So the first thing we have to do is to get that right.
That's chilling to listen. We'll play a little bit more of it.
As we ought to be because of two main factors. Human capital deficiency, which is the level of education that our population has currently. 83% of the population has no tertiary level education. 83%. So only 17% has tertiary level education. When you boil it down to other qualifications, 60% has no form of qualifications whatsoever. And 65% have no skill certification. So the first thing we have to do is to get that.
I will have you know that among that 16% is where the block of votes are. That's where the election is either won or lost. That's it. Now you see the problem with the politics. Highly transactional. No certification. I think it was Father Rusty in one of his little pieces pointed that out. And so many people are wondering, how could a government be doing so well? You know, foresight has helped me with this, Foresight. Despite the impressive achievements, some voters may feel their expectations were not met. And this disparity between expectation and reality can lead to what is called dissatisfaction. Now I come to the hedonic treadmill. And that theory suggests that humans tend to adapt to improvements. The government opens a road between Maypen and Williamsfield. And for 2 years, the government don't toll it. That's a mistake. Because the people adjust themselves to the improvement. And after 2 years, you toll it. And the people complain. Then you're going to say, well, they're unfair because them not taking into consideration that they were not paying any toll for 2 years. That's not how human beings operate. You are asking people to be rational. Did you know that if you live and you are working from your baby, let's say your lifestyle was of a certain standard from you're a child, and all of a sudden things get bad, did you know that you'll fall into depression? You think you can eat steak and fine food for 30 years and all of a sudden it changed and you're okay? You're not okay. You're not okay. Humans adapt to improvements. And when they adapt, they reset their expectations and they seek more. And so the achievements of the government, though they are significant, what it has done is raise the bar. It raises the bar. And so the people of Jamaica are expecting more. This is why communication is so important. Part of leadership, you see, is to take people along, along the journey, and to define for them as you go along the steps you are taking, how they are involved in it. Show them where they're coming from. How is it that you got them here? And what it is, what are your plans to get them to the next level? This is worth going over, Jamaicans have adapted to the improvements. They have reset their expectations. Harry made the point. The bar is raised. And they don't really want to hear about the past, Don't tell them about 10 years ago. No, they don't want to hear about that. They are experiencing a new Jamaica. And so they are seeking more. Let's come back. All right, so on this treadmill, where we're suggesting that humans have a baseline level of happiness to which they they return. Despite positive or negative changes, they return there. And so in the context of Jamaica, the achievements of the government. Let's go through them. When I started working, you see, the minimum wage was $500. Today, it is $16,000. And the people don't think it is enough. Why? Because you have raised the bar. Their expectations have raised. So the government, $500. I think that's 1994 or 1993. 2016, 2025, it is $16,000. That's a $15,000, $15,500 more. Yet the people are unhappy. Don't you see? Crime is down by 42%. And the people are not rejoicing because you've raised the bar. You've raised the bar. The Jamaica Labour Party published a book. Record achievement. 250 achievement. They lost 14 seats. Why? Because they raised the bar. They raised the bar. Infrastructure development. It's now seen as the norm. When you put highways in Jamaica, yeah, when you build highways around the country, and the people go back into their little communities and the road bad, they blame you because you have raised the bar. You have raised the bar as far as roads are concerned. So how my road bad? And you know, I am sure that the government knows this. And that's why over the course, for example, of a 5-year term, the government must roll out programs in the year of the election. Have to do it, you know. That's just, and I know that you know this. You all see it happening from time to time. Don't think that it is just a buck up. No, sir. There are projects that are in the pipeline that cannot come out now. Because if you make it come out now, by the time you get to the election, the people say you don't do nothing. So the infrastructure development, all the achievements, they have raised the bar for what citizens consider normal. So they don't see these things, you know, as extraordinary. They see it as normal. And so this shift in expectations can lead to a sense of dissatisfaction. Because what the voters are now focused on are unmet aspirations rather than acknowledging progress. Here is how it is explained. Imagine that you are wanting to lose weight and you are running on a treadmill. So you go on into the gym and you get on a treadmill. As you move forward, the belt moves backward. You're moving forward. The belt is moving backwards. But it is keeping you in the same position, the same relative position. Similarly, the typical person in Jamaica is adapting to the improvements. And while they are adapting to the improvements, they are seeking more without fully appreciating the accomplishments. And when you have a media, when the media, and here is where now it becomes a little technical, because the shortcomings are what is highlighted, and the emphasis is not placed on the achievements and the accomplishments. It is placed on the shortcomings. So because you've raised expectations, the people expect more. What the opposition needs to do, is they highlight the shortcomings, and it appears as if you have done nothing. Fascinating, isn't it? Is it not? And that is why it is so important that the communication be improved. Every time you do something for the people, you must make a big thing of it. Listen to me. Labour Party, every time that you do so, you see this $75,000 that we're giving out? It is not politics to make a big thing of it. It is not politics. It is a requirement. Because this treadmill has significant implications for the government strategy. I'm not strategizing for them. I'm trying to explain something here. Because as the citizens' expectations continue to rise, the government may struggle to meet it. And this is why I said to you when I started, you cannot meet a girl and rent a Mark X to take her out. That's wrong. If you do that, that girl is going to leave you. You cannot meet a girl, sir, and you only have $150,000 in your account, and you draw it out and carry her to an all-inclusive. Don't do that. Because what you do is you raise her. I mean, when she sits down in the front seat, put up her foot on the dashboard, AC and music playing, and you driving on the highway down to Ocherias in a rent-a-car, checking into Rio, you have raised her expectations. You're going to struggle to do that every weekend. Can you do it next week? Because she's going to want it again. She's going to want it again. You just meet her brethren and you get $50,000 for your salary. You give her 40. Next 2 weeks, you don't think she wants 40 more? Yeah, as a matter of fact, she wants 45. And if she don't get it, because what you have done is you have adjusted her lifestyle for 40,000. She wasn't getting any 40,000, but all of a sudden, this man comes into her life and he sends her $40,000. Boom. So she get new hairstyle, she get new nails, she put on eyelash, buy new clothes. Yeah. Send 10,000 out, go give her our people them. You don't think she's expecting it next week, sir? Huh? And when it not come, she wonder, oh, but what is? You understand? It can't be a one-off thing. No. It's the same thing that is happening in the country. People's expectations are raised. They expect a better life. They expect it. They believe it is the norm. And when it is not met, it leads to a perpetual dissatisfaction. And that cycle must be broken. Because if you don't break it, boy, I tell you. I see Harry coming up soon. I'm not going to go much longer. I think I'm having a cold, Caroline. You see, expectations have to be managed. And you manage expectations by communicating achievable goals and progress. At every step of the way, the government must communicate its achievement. Finding $10 billion to put into hurricane relief is an achievement, and it must be communicated to the people. A big thing must make of it. For example, I don't see where the government has made a big thing out of a 42% reduction in crime. I don't see them making any big thing out of that. The people them think it is norm. Many Jamaicans were not alive when we were unalive in 1,700 people a week, a year. So they think that this is a norm. You have to manage expectations. And you do that by clearly communicating achievable goals and progress. As the nation progresses, Mr. Holness, you communicate it to the people. Show them in bite size what you have done. Let them understand it so they appreciate it. Don't take it for granted. You know, if you're a higgler, and you're selling the market, and your daughter or your son going to high school, carry them to the market one Saturday with you. Carry them to the market and make them stand up beside you as you sell the onions and the scallion in the coronation market, in the rain. Carry them with you one Saturday. Make them understand what you have to go through to put food on the table. Manage expectations.
Listeners, could you please tap the screen and share the live?
So what you have to do is to shift the narrative. You have to highlight the achievements and reframe the challenges as opportunities. Not a lot of that is being done, because you have to ensure equitable distribution of benefits so that you address the perception of inequality in the society. Governing is not easy, you know. It's not easy. So the very successes of the government, becomes its Achilles heel because it is not managing the communication well. It's not managing the conversation with the citizens, not managing it well at all. No, I hear that they're taking notes. Well, what? Stay in the class, because we're not done yet. G2K, Young Jamaica, I want to talk to you. The dilemma stems from their own success. By achieving significant improvements, they have raised the bar. And when you raise the bar, you make it challenging to meet escalated expectations. The people of Jamaica are not expecting 16,000 for the minimum wage, at 30,000 they want. How you manage that? Is the government create that, The government, by its policies, have lifted the aspirations of the people. It now has to manage those aspirations within the reality. They now have to be realistic. You can call it the paradox of rising expectations. You raise expectations which are good, but how do you meet it? Within the constraints of the budget. Especially in our political, tribal political environment, where the opposition is looking for every loophole to exploit the vulnerable people. Now, one of the things that they do is that they compare past governments. And that don't work a lot, When you point to the 18 and a half years of PNP mismanagement, that takes currency among labor rights. It doesn't take any currency among the uncommitted. Labor rights love that. That's raw meat. You see, people tend to adapt to new circumstances. The circumstances of Jamaica today is what the people get used to. Let me tell you something. You see them new JUTC buses? Man, you think so you can man, you think you can bring in anything below those anytime in the future? The people will reject it. The adaptation to the new environment in Jamaica is what the people are prepared to work with. They have reset their baseline for what is considered normal. And so they may be comparing the current government's performance to their current reality, not the past government. Jamaicans are now looking for better. Better. So then, don't tell us about what went on before. You know, because you are the same ones that have brought us to this, you know, new place. We could also use history, you see, to support this, you know, because we're coming out of colonialism. We had a colonial history, and that has shaped the political landscape. Because what it has done is it has kind of fostered a culture of clientistic patronage. You see what is happening down there in Westmoreland? Not easy, you know. Don't you ever think that it is easy to manage. The clientistic patronage culture, which is one of the vestiges of colonialism, prioritizes short-term gains and personal benefits over long-term development. That's why the JTA, in the middle of a crisis, puts back their wage improvements on the table. Imagine that. Jamaica just suffered a massive economic shock, and the JTA, not busy with that. It's personal benefits over any long-term development. And even within the crisis, you notice that the opposition is seeking to exploit whatever weakness they see. They're trying to exploit it because they're focusing on their personal benefits. How can this benefit me personally? And so as the government delivers on its promises, as it delivers result, it raises the citizens' expectation, and that makes it challenging to appreciate the achievements. Now, how do you therefore manage achievements and performance? Because it has to be managed. And firstly, you have to strategically sequence projects to maintain momentum and visibility. You can't carry in the bus them one time. It's just true. It's just the truth. You can't fix all the road one time. Well, even if you had the money, you have to phase it. And here is what is very critical. This is what we have been talking about since Friday. You have to communicate. You have to engage. You have to regularly update the citizens on the progress, the challenges, the plans. Yes? You have to get them involved. And I'm not suggesting that you delay the achievements. You don't delay them. We have to manage expectation. Clearly communicate timelines, challenges, progress, demonstrate transparency and accountability and responsiveness. That's how you build trust. And then you have to celebrate the milestones. You have to acknowledge and celebrate the achievements to reinforce progress. Every time that there is something substantial done in the country, it must be celebrated as a milestone. We have achieved this. We have achieved it together. The people, you see, like how them move around the country with the rural school bus service. When the buses came into the island, you have to do that. The people have to become a part of the success. Let them celebrate that we have achieved this. I am suggesting to the government that they pause the nation to celebrate the reduction in crime. Pause. Take a day. Stop the nation, Mr. Holness. Let the people them stop. If I even for 1 hour. Say this hour will be used to reflect on where we are coming from, to give God thanks and to celebrate this milestone, this achievement. Take out ads in the paper. Buy the front page of the Gleaner and the Observer. Have a feature on TVJ in primetime news. If it's even for 10 minutes. Every radio station in Jamaica must dedicate an hour at the same time. And you focus the nation's attention on the milestone, the achievement. Because the people will just think it's business as usual and they just move on. And God forbid, if we ever return to crime figures that are not what they were last year, the people will cuss you out and blame you because you did not acknowledge. You did not acknowledge and celebrate the achievements, because in doing that, you are reinforcing progress. Don't take it lightly. As a matter of fact, call a national holiday. Give the nation a day off. Say, we are going to mark this day as the day when Jamaica achieved a 42% reduction in crime. It's not only the police that did it. It's all of we. So you have to celebrate the milestone. It's like a birthday. You put it down on your calendar and it is celebrated. The people need to feel that we have achieved this together. You have to adopt a balanced approach because the people will feel that I know nothing. You know nothing. It's just the norm. It's important, you know, that the government navigates the complexities of the hedonic syndrome. It's very important that it happens. Give me a few more minutes and then I'll go to Harry or Scratchy. One of them will be coming up soon, I think. But I just need to bring this home a little bit more for you and close out on it. So one of the things that I think has caught a lot of people here is that I see the opposition celebrating 14 seats. And this is where the politics becomes very simplistic. You know, the seats the JLP lost is not a shift in support to the PNP, you know. So when Mr. Colin boasts about the people giving him more power, no, sir, you're wrong. There's no shift in support. It's not a shift away from the Labour Party to the PNP. It's misreading the situation. Because the same treadmill syndrome applies here. It's not an endorsement of the opposition. It's just that the expectation created by improvements have led to some dissatisfaction. Expectations are raised, and those expectations are not met, cannot be met, so there is some dissatisfaction. And so the opposition has themselves overestimated their own support, assuming that the voters are endorsing their policies. No, sir. What is happening is that the high levels of expectations in the country have caused some dissatisfaction. Now, you see, if the government is able to meet those expectations, then you could have a virtual return to 49-14. The challenge is, can it be done? Can the government meet the expectations that they have created? I think that Hurricane Melissa's would have changed a lot of things. But let's see what happens. Let's go to the cause. Caroline, please open the lines. Until the callers come, I think that G2K and Young Jamaica will have to find a way to help with what is happening here. Yes. Yeah, Caroline, yes. Open the lines for me, please. think G2K and Young Jamaica, your time has come. Time come for G2K and Young Jamaica. Time come. We have a caller. Marva, hello. Hi. Disconnect this caller, please. Thanks. You see, in today's hyper-connected world, social media has become the quintessential agora. It's the tool that is being used to communicate. On social media, ideas are minted. Contested and disseminated. Social media. Youth groups like G2K and Young Jamaica must begin to assert themselves on these platforms. G2K and Young Jamaica must dominate the social media space. As a matter of fact, I'm going to recommend that the party opens up its own communication channel online. You could call it JLP TV or JLP Radio. The party needs a 24-hour broadcast station with produced products that responds to the need. It is imperative that it happens. No. This is free advice. I'm not telling you. There's lots of people on my side in the request box. So if you need to come up, you're gonna have to give me a little time, but type it in the chat, and we know if we are to add you, because we can't deal with the tappers. Okay, we love the tappers, but we can't take them up when they don't want to talk. So if you're listening from the party, what you need to do is to create an online 24-hour produce outlet that disseminates information, not like a radio station or a TV station, designed for young people. Young people. So does Young Jamaica have a TikTok page? Does it? Does it have a live show? Young Jamaica, do you do a live? Does G2K do a live? I don't know. If they are not, then that's a setback. Because the asserting of yourselves means that you are claiming your existence, your agency in the digital space. You know, between Friday and Monday, when traditional media virtually goes to sleep, there's between Friday and Monday, when traditional media goes to sleep, you know the amount of misinformation that needs to be cleaned up tomorrow morning. Man is condemned to be free because once thrown into the world, he's responsible for everything he does. Because you have to participate. You cannot allow the narrative to go on and you are not an actor. You are an actor in the narrative. And so by engaging on social media, youth groups challenge the dominant discourse and shape the narrative. Because social media platforms showcase the collective voice of the youth. It's a young people space. It's a young people space. And so it's almost free media. But if you don't assert yourself, G2K and Young Jamaica, you do so, when you do so, you demonstrate your relevance and your influence. And at this time, I must tell you, those two organizations are a shadow of what they ought to be. Some are saying that they're dead. Well, they need to be awakened. And you awaken that by social proof. You have to prove your worth at this time. There has to be some participation in online discourse, right? Where young people are allowed to explore, to express, and solidify their identities. Yes. You know, it's what Eric Erickson speaks about, where the theory of identity versus role confusion, the asserting of the identity formation comes about through participation, participating in discourse. You know, there were voices here like Tari, like Navi at one time. And I believe that the audience were very receptive to these young people. Yes, these younger voices were captivating refreshing to have heard a young Tari, yeah, young Navi. I don't know what has happened to her, but be that as it may, their participation online, you know, older people like ourselves listens to them. They have a fresh view, a fresh perspective. And when you think of the tech savviness of young people, how they are able to navigate the social media with ease, with creativity. Yeah. They can be great influencers, you know. They call them social media influencers, are shaping opinions and trends and demonstrating the power of the voice, the youthful voice. Young Jamaica. We need young Jamaica. Well, I think the party does. Not we, but the party. The party needs its youth voice. Yeah, in this age of disinformation and misinformation. Because the fact of the matter is that truth is a social construct. And when you counter misinformation and disinformation, for the youth, when you participate in the digital discourses, you challenge the false narratives and you contribute to a more accurate representation of reality. Can you imagine young people gathered to discuss the roof program? Now, the government has a roofs program. Where is G2K to explain roofs? Where is Young Jamaica to explain roofs? Where are they? It's the power of collective verification. Not only the party's ministers, but the party's auxiliary groups. Good afternoon, Carl. Hello? You know, the collaborative fact-checking and verification can combat misinformation, you know. You know, you leverage the collective intelligence of the digital crowd.
Afternoon, neighbor.
Good afternoon, sir. Hi.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Hi.
Yeah, you know, just in the mind here on my coffee break and just listening, you know. Yeah, very important what you're saying, you know. You know, the G2K, you know, they are not like what they used to be when they run up to when Bruce Golden came back. They were quite effective back then, but I don't know what's happening to them now. You know? They need to be re-energized.
Yes.
You know, and likewise the information machine of the JLP, it needs to be energized also, you know. But it's you could say it's early days, you know, we just got a new mandate. We're just a couple months, you know, a new mandate, you know, but and what you're doing on the platform is very good.
Is it?
It's just unfortunate that, you know, I don't know if any member from the government is listening to your program, even from Friday night. But I mean, it would be good if they were listening to the program from Friday night, you know?
Yes.
You know, and heed to the warning. But what you're doing is good, you know? And your platform is very good for the betterment of our country, you understand?
I hope so, sir.
Yeah, you know, so yeah, so I'm on the job right now, so I can't stay too long. It's what time is it now? It's 4 o'clock where I'm in the world right now. So I'm supposed to be off by 6. So by the time I'm off, this segment's supposed to close, guys. And on Sunday, what? 4 to 6?
7 o'clock.
Yeah, 4 to 7 o'clock. So yeah, so that's just my contribution. I can't stay too long.
Well,
All right?
stay safe, man. You said you're on the job?
Yeah, I'm in the mines. I'm way up in northern Canada near to the Arctic. It's very cold here. It's minus 37 degrees right now.
Wow. So how you managing, man?
Well, I'm in a shop. I'm in a heated shop. You know, I'm a heavy equipment tech, so I'm in a heated shop. But anytime we pushing out equipment, you have to open the door and the cold bursts are here blowing, you know, so you know.
Can just imagine.
Yeah. You know.
Yeah.
So but I'll be back home in Calgary by the 28th. Cause I do 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. So I'll fly back into Calgary and pay attention more to the program. I must have enough time for the program.
All right.
All right. Yeah, man. So take care.
You too.
All right.
All right. Pine Juice. Good evening.
Good evening, neighbor.
I'm fine. How you doing, sir?
Thanks. Good evening, Caroline. Neighbor, you remember I spoke to you, right? And I was saying to you, I believe the Jamaica Labour Party, the Prime Minister and the MP should call a meeting and engage with the people them more. You said to me, you don't think that is important. You remember I called you and said to you?
No, I don't remember, sir.
Right, listen. Let's show you. Neighbor, you run an election.
Thank you. Elfia Bennett. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah. The election run. We lost Southeast St. Mary. We lost Portland, part of Portland. Talking about Southeast St. Mary. Until now, our representative don't come at Southeast St. Mary to engage the people. Nobody come around as yet.
Hold on.
So what they're waiting on?
That Dr. Dunn seat?
Dr. Dunn. We want to know if Dr. Dunn gonna run back or what.
You don't see him, sir?
No, because I call down there, nobody don't come around.
Oh.
Let me tell you something, neighbor. All forever, all Alvarez. Alvarez was the best MP Southeast St. Mary has ever have. God bless his soul. From that man died, we don't get a good representative in Southeast St. Mary.
Really?
Because I'm telling you, some small things when I go to Jamaica, some small issue where the MP should address What's the councillor to do it? The bushing of the road. Grass growing two sides.
Uh-huh.
We don't see it, no bushing. Garbage on the road. Some simple little thing. Even the parochial road where I from, not to be, but I live there. My area up in Highgate where I live. The road is very bad. The parochial road from Anata Bay, Belfield, bad. Years those roads from Alvarez died. Those roads don't take care of.
Not good at all. So what is it
No.
that you're what is it you're asking for really? Because I've been pointing out, hold on. I have been pointing out, sir, that the expectations of Jamaicans have been raised. And it is in the raising of these expectations that there is dissatisfaction. In other words, Jamaican people are expecting more. Hello?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yes. And I'm suggesting that the loss of those seeds can be ascribed to that, to the very performance of the government.
Yes, because neighbor, be honest with you, the expectation, what we looking for before the highway then, before the highway come along, the expectation was Southeast St. Mary was looking for. We don't get it under the representative of both parties. I'm a Jimmy, I'm a liberal.
You are?
100%.
What are you saying to me?
110%. Neighbor, let me tell you this. Let me tell you something. 1980 election, I was a little boy. And I was in politics up to my neck. The PNP control one section of my town. And the JLP control one section. The JLP cannot come in the town. And the PNP cannot go out of the town. I have to carry food, cross from the PNP, hide to the JLP up here.
That is where? In Anata Bay?
In Anata Bay, 1980 election. Ask anybody about that election. That I was going to school. There was a bakery in the town named Jochin Bakery. He was a PNP, staunch born PNP. He was a Chinaman. And I was in school. The PNP came over the school, Anata Bay all age, and tell the principal, do not ring the bell.
The bell for the school?
The bell for the school. Do not ring the bell for the school.
Who tell the principal not to ring the bell?
The PNP come over the school and tell the principal, say, do not ring the bell.
Why didn't ring the bell?
Because the bell represented the JLP.
I see. Okay. Wow.
The principal is to go outside and clap.
Clap?
For us to go back inside the school, the class.
What are you saying to me, sir?
The PNP run down my grandmother and my grandfather. They have to run in a river to hide from them.
What are you saying to me?
I'm telling you, I'm 100%, 110% JLP. I would never vote for the PNP. No. Because they leave a bad taste from me from I was a kid.
Oh my. Wow.
Observe, neighbor, I observe things that
you don't think Golden is trying to change that, sir?
Golden cannot change it. Because number one, I'm not a racist. But I cannot live in a white man country, put a white man to run my country.
Oh, but come now.
That's me.
Okay.
That's me.
Well, I don't know that I prefer
You know,
to speak
you know,
about a man's.
you know what turned me off of that man, Golden?
You
When
were
he go
turned
on
on by
and
him?
you know what turned me off of Golden, Mark Golden?
Were you
Go
turned
on
on at
and
any time?
no. What turned me off of him?
Okay,
When him go on this a stage and put a chain around a black man neck. Leave a bitter taste in people's mouth. And I
Yes.
saw the black man up there stand up and let that man put a chain on his neck. Listen, neighbor, I don't know, but you said uneducated, but I don't think all of those things was going on in Jamaica from uneducated people, because that guy who Golden put the chain on his neck, he's a educated guy.
But it just theater, political theater.
Political theater, that would never happen in the United States.
Oh.
A white man put a chain on a black man neck? Come on, neighbor.
Well,
that bring back memories of our four parents, forefathers.
Colonial days, eh?
Colonial days. But anyway, I could leave that. So now I'm telling you about my constituency, Southeast St. Mary. Now the Prime Minister listen to your program.
Does he?
Of course. Andrew, you see Andrew Holness? Andrew Holness is a smart man, you know. Very, very, very smart.
Oh.
He might not talk, but he observed. Remember, let me tell you this. I remember I went to meeting, and Andrew Holness, before Andrew Holness become a prime minister, and I saw Andrew Holness leave the stage, and come right in the meeting where the people are.
Yes.
And stand up.
Box runner. Thank you for that, sir.
And engage with everybody in the crowd. He's a wonderful leader to this country. And Jamaican people, we as Jamaican people, we don't see that. It's people outside see the goodness of that man.
Take a little break this. Hold on there for me. Sydney, what are you saying, something?
Yes, man. Cause me no want them call me and me have to go carry somebody down the road. So me do want put in my pint before me have to carry one lady because me road taxi, you know.
Oh, right. You in Jamaica?
Yeah, man, Jamaica me there.
You're on the road. Hold on. You're on the road now, run taxi?
Yeah, man. Me not really, but sometimes I get a charter, you know. So you know. All right, neighbor. You soon talk to that the point what the man bring. But the first thing, you know a man, all right, you know what the Prime Minister say, disinformation and misinformation. Misinformation.
Yes.
And them always class the PNP towards that. But you know a man them called Darrell Vaz?
If I know Darrell Vaz?
Yes. Jamaica Labour Party minister.
Yes.
All right, so you hear about the big misinformation and disinformation where I'm going with right here. That means the one where I'm going to cover all of what them as a PNP do, you know, because
no, sir. I want you to hold on there for me, taxi man.
Yeah.
I want you to tell me what is the misinformation.
That's right. That's me coming to know.
Yes.
When him have to come back, come apologize. When him said but don't send right with the Westmoreland with the public service light, with the public service light, where them say and he say what 2,000 light posts put up and how much people in there have light and how much percentage of people.
Yes.
And when the MP get up and say not even one in the Eastern Westmoreland have light all now, not even one. Zilk, not single one.
Yeah.
All right. And then come back and say he's only 100 light posts put up. So where him get the 2,000 from?
Okay.
And him come back and him, what? Just let me finish, neighbor. Him come back and Daryl Bass come back and said the other day.
clear something. I want to clear something up, sir. The
Yes.
first thing I want to say to you is that
Yeah.
there is a difference between misinformation and disinformation. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. So misinformation is where you are misinformed.
Mhm.
So, for example, I say to you, 4 plus 4 is 8, and if you add 2 is 11.
Mhm.
That's misinformation. I meant to say 2 get you 10.
Mhm.
Disinformation is the deliberate spreading of false information. I want you to be clear.
Yes. I clear, but yeah, I understand.
No. You wait. You and I have misinformed people. Do you know that?
You go on, you say me must wait, so you don't ask me. You
Yes,
go on,
sir.
let me listen. And you say me go wait.
Misinformation is not deliberate. It is a mistake. Darrell Vaz, sir, made a mistake. And he said he read from something that was given to him by the JPS.
Mhm.
You can't fault him for that. He
Right.
agreed, hold on, man. He agreed that he was misled, not deliberate, misled. The difference is that when Mark Golding went up on the stage in the national debate and said that the Prime Minister had 28 bank accounts, that was disinformation. He
No,
was
the Prime Minister-
deliberately misleading the nation.
The
Because
Prime Minister admit to it.
No,
I
sir.
don't know if you ever said it. Yeah, the Prime Minister admit to it, neighbor.
You go
The
back.
Prime Minister admit to it.
Do you understand, Sydney?
The Prime Minister admit to it.
I want
Saying I'm going to look and do.
I want you to be fair.
Yeah, I'm fair.
I want you to be fair, Sydney. The minister was misinformed, and the minister accepted that he was misinformed and cleared it up. Misinformation happens all over the world. Every time you can make mistake. I have made mistake, said things here that no go so, you clear it up. Disinformation is where our struggle is, sir. And in that regard, the minister committed no breach.
All right, then give me a time to talk now because you take over my point, you know, I belong and I try and me not get betrayed with my thing, you know. With all due respect, you take up no for my title.
No, I'm giving you the time. Go ahead.
When me ask your neighbor, if it wasn't deliberate, look here now, you are the minister. You're minister, right, of energy. Good. You're the minister, you know. Dayton Campbell are the opposition. Dayton Campbell are not even the opposition for the energy. All right. And he meet with the JPS people them. With the JPS people, he meet with them. And then give him the right figures and the right information. And turn around and give Mr. Vaz the wrong one. How that look to you now?
Mr. Sydney, the minister said he got the information from the JPS.
Yeah, I hear that. But me ask you, what me ask you?
Ministers
yes.
rely on agencies, technocrats, advisors to write their speech. And them write it.
I agree.
And when they go to parliament, they rely on the information they got.
I agree.
The minister said the JPS misled him, and he even went further. He had some choice words for the JPS. Didn't you hear that?
Then, well, I know. I'm glad you bring that. So after you lend JPS $150 million, you raise the light bill, you give them permission to raise the light bill 7%, and them come out and give you misinformation like that. What do I do with them?
I will say to you, so sir, you are doing the very thing that you are accused of. You are doing the very no, mute his microphone. Mute it. You are doing the very thing. Hold on. And this is part of the problem. You see, you have a political agenda. And I'm sorry, you're not going to be able to come here in furtherance of that agenda. As a matter of fact, I don't think we should allow this. It is not right, sir. It's not right. The minister did not give JPS any increase. That's not true. The Jamaica Public Service Company, by virtue of the contract signed by you and your government and the JPS, applies for its increase to the Office of Utilities Regulation, and it was approved from there. Has nothing to do with the minister. Minister can't give JPS like increase. Okay? And this is the type of disinformation that the country has to grapple with. Okay, sir? And that is not, and you need to do better than that, Mr. Sidney. Okay? So let us just clear this up. Number one, the minister misled Parliament. That is true. But the minister accepted that the misleading of Parliament was not deliberate. Because if you mislead Parliament, you can be censored, you know. It's not a trifling thing. The minister accepted that he misled. And he cleared it up in the press conference the following day, suggesting that the information that he read from came from the JPS. So that is that. But then you can't go on to say the minister raised light bill, sir. Minister don't raise no light bill. JPS has a contract. JPS applies for an increase to the Office of Utilities Regulation, the OUR. The OUR approves a 7%. And where is this coming from? From a contract entered into by the People's National Party. Those are the facts. Okay, Sydney? So stay safe on the road, and hope you make some money tonight carrying your passengers. Okay, sir? You can come back next time. Let's return to Pine Juice. Pine Juice, good evening again, sir. I only have another 35 days. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, neighbor, I think it's time either the Prime Minister, somebody from the party should come out. Seem like how they give the press conference during the hurricane. I believe some representative should come out every week and update the country what is going on. All the misinformation that going around, somebody should come out every week into us and clarify all of those things that going around. If it's not you in a neighbor or the next TikTokers and the TikTok, we don't know what's going on, you know.
What are you saying to me?
I'm telling you, because the MP them, the ministers them, will come out, inform us more. Make we know what's going on in the country.
I have made a suggestion that they need to do more than this. The Jamaica Labour Party, sir, needs a 24-hour produced network. They can call it Labour Network, Labour TV, JLP TV, that have presenters, creative programs, digitally produced, that people can go to as a source of credible information. Traditional media is not doing it. Social media, you don't know what to believe. The party must establish a network. That's my recommendation to them. Establish an online network where information, not JIS carry government stuff. The party
itself.
The party itself must have a platform that is dedicated to giving Jamaica information on behalf of the government and the party. You hear me, sir? If they don't do it, they are going to be overtaken by their own success.
Of course.
I
agree with that.
They must invest in it, find sponsors to produce programs for the different demographics. Yes?
Yes.
They must go into the communities. They must have town hall meetings. They must speak to the people.
Yes.
They must highlight the successes of the government, sir.
Yes.
They must disabuse minds of lies like this nonsense that this man just come up here with.
Agree.
About government, about minister increased light bill. That is believed by many people, sir. They must
A lot of people.
They must explain how the process works.
Get up and come out.
Yes, use stories, role plays. Yes, get young people to be creative, to tell stories of success.
Of course, they're too comfortable.
To hear the truth, you click on to JLP TV.
Yes.
You click on to JLP TV, you see it happening over there. And that puts the PNP on the back foot, so because the PNP will now know that people can turn into a credible source. It can be nationwide. Nationwide is credible media. They are in this for profit. They are carrying the news. The party must create a network.
That's what I'm saying, neighbor.
Its programs are highlighted, its achievements are highlighted, and information is given to people 24 hours a day. Nothing less than that in this time.
I agree with that.
Okay? Where the ministers are on it doing interviews. Yes, the state ministers are there, the MPs are there. Okay, they are doing features of social housing. They are doing features concerning roof. They are doing features concerning new developments. They are doing features concerning the prime minister and all of that stuff.
Yeah, the minister, they need to get active. They're too comfortable, neighbor. They are too comfortable.
Well, I'm suggesting
they leave all the burden, the work on one man, which is the prime minister. Get up. They need to get up and come out now. Neighbor, one more thing before I left.
Yes.
The crime.
Yes.
The crime put down. But don't hear no one said anything about the vloggers who bring the update every day. Like on the spot, My View TV, all of them. We need I believe the Minister of Justice or somebody should come out and give those guys credit. What they are doing.
Yes, sir. See, I have a book in my hand here about record achievements.
Yes.
This here, sir, the party can use this book here to create hundreds of programs.
Yeah.
For TV, you know. Hundreds of programs. See it said. I don't want to go to better health care for every Jamaican. I see one man on TV. I talk about how hospitals in a terrible state. Carry the cameras in the hospital, go show the people the improvements, sir. Carry the cameras into the police station to show the improvements. Let the people see it.
Yes.
Carry the cameras on the roads. Go show the people them the improved roads that you build. Carry the cameras in there. Who you expect to do it for people protecting Jamaica's environment and preparing for the future? Look on garbage truck, sir. Look on garbage truck.
Yeah.
Huh? Carry the damn cameras over Riverton City. Go show the people.
Get
so
up
the
and
truck
come out, neighbor.
Truck them where you buy. You have to show the people them, sir.
Yes, okay. Go out.
Every water system that you open, you have to take picture of it and use and promote it. Show people, do a little video showing people carrying water upon their head in a bucket. And show them, say, look what people were doing last year. And then you start run the pipe and people start see the progress that you're making. Because the progress that people are making, sir, they will take it for granted. They will think that it is the norm. Let me tell you something about God, sir. You know what God did with the people when they were coming through the wilderness? He said to them, you have to make monuments. Every time you overcome, you make a monument. Do you see this crime situation, sir? That the reduction in crime?
Yeah.
The government has dropped the ball on it. They have dropped the ball. The government should make a big thing out of it. It should make a big thing out of it, sir. It is the greatest achievement that we have had in 30 years. There is no greater achievement than the fact that you have been able to save lives. We should have called a national holiday, sir, to celebrate it, sir. Right? That every TV station, every radio station, every newspaper must take out a feature to show Jamaica what we have achieved. It is an achievement. It is a success of the Jamaica Labour Party, sir. And the Labour Party has dropped the ball on it. It should be highlighted. Jamaicans must not forget. Jamaicans must not forget, sir, where we are coming from. You must not forget. You cannot create 300,000 jobs, sir, and you don't make the people know that you have done it. I hear the Prime Minister whispering that we are almost at zero unemployment. You can't whisper that, PM. It must be shouted out.
That's right, neighbor. Yes, we need more communication, neighbor.
Right? Listen to me, sir. There is nowhere that you go in Jamaica today that don't want people to work. That is a fantastic thing, sir. The party needs to promote its achievement. It's achieved. Look at this book, sir. I have it on my desk here. Look here. I could have read through achievements of small businesses grow and succeed, building back tourism more. You know what the government is doing with tourism even now, sir? Preparing for storm, protecting Jamaica's future. Not a thing you're not hearing about this. Them just take the book, people take it down, put it on them yard and throw it down. You don't hear a thing about it. The government needs to take this book here and take it out of a book form and turn it into a video form. Yeah, 30 seconds and 15 seconds videos of the government's achievement. This is what people will remember. People need to remember.
Of course.
What the government has done. They don't need to take it for granted, sir. Remember where you're coming from.
But neighbor, look at your program here now. Look at your program. You've been calling from representative from the party to come on your program. None.
Well, I don't know if I want them to come again.
Come on, man. Come on TikTok. It don't make you less than an MP.
Make you less than what MP, sir? Is 7,000 people listen to this program?
Course, so what are you afraid of? What are you afraid of?
What you seen up on there? 7,000 people listen to this program.
What are they afraid of? That's what I'm asking. What are they afraid of? Come on, don't talk to us.
You know, sir, that there is a housing scheme that is being built in St. Catherine. It coming like a day of Florida or Miami. You know that, sir?
I never know that.
You never know that?
No.
Lord Jesus, sir. There is a housing scheme that is being built in St. Catherine, sir. And you know, sir, Jamaica is being transformed in such a marvelous way, but it's the best kept secret. Best kept secret, sir. Right?
I'm telling you, man.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, neighbor, here listening.
Did you know, sir, that students have been riding on the rural school bus service since September for free? You know that?
Yes, I know that. I heard Darvaz. Darvaz is a good communicator.
But let me tell you something, sir. And many people in Jamaica don't know that. Ask many people if them know, say, pick me a ride for free since September, and they don't know. The government not say nothing about it. That's sir. Come on. You need to get a camera, carry going on the bus, show the students riding the bus, talk to them. How do you feel about your bus service? Let the students speak about it, positive things about it. Yeah? Talk to parents who have not been able to, who are not paying. Ask the parents, how do you feel about since September your child has not been able to have not paid on any bus? What you do with that money? How that make you feel? Let people express the things that the successes that they are having. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Neighbor,
Anyway,
you have a good day. You can't take me down, neighbor. I'm here listening.
yeah, man. My moderator will do that for you soon as we go to another caller. We don't have a lot of time left here, you know. It's having a little problem with my sinus, as a matter of fact. Did you know, sir, that I think when people buy things offline from Shein, they can buy things up to what, $100, I think? What is the limit of Shein in Jamaica? The government have a tax-free thing for Shein. How much is it? $100. Every young person that you see going down to Shein to pick up the minimum stuff. Every young people you see going to Shein to pick up a package. That young person knows is a government benefit. That all of you young girls picking up your roses and all your sex toys that you buy off Shein, you know that government allows this as a benefit to you. Do you know that this is a government initiative? Yes. Do you know that you can bring things in to the airport for $1,000 tax free? Yeah, the people know that. But guess what? It's normal. It's normal. People think that this is a norm, you know. It's just, life is so fantastic. We can buy things off Shein under $100 and we bring it in and everything is rosy. That is as a result of the government caring for the people. You never heard a word about that in the election. And let's say the government stops it. See how the government is falling down with its communication. Let's say the government stops that now. You would hear how wicked the government is. Oh, what a wicked government. But yet still the people don't realize that it is the very government that is allowing them to be able to shop online tax-free for up to $100. That is something that the young people must not forget. Not forget it. All of you young people, especially you young ladies, that carrying your clothes and all of your something from online. That's a benefit. Let's see if we can clear the calls and head up to 7 o'clock. Good evening. Good evening. Who is next?
Matt Govern, is it me?
Hello, go ahead. Yes.
Hi, neighbor. How you doing? It's a pleasure to be on your program. I really admire the work that you are doing, for the Jamaica Labour Party and the people of Jamaica.
No, I don't know if I'm doing any work for them. I don't know that. I'm doing it for Jamaica.
You are.
Well,
you are educating. You're educating us all. But I want to say that a lot of what you're saying, I don't know if I can call. There is a group of people, information media, that have been singing the same songs that you've been singing.
Is that so?
Definitely so. I invite them all to your program. A lot of them may be listening to your program right now. And I just want to add to what you were saying. I'm from St. Elizabeth,
yes,
Green's constituency. And neighbor, you know that Floyd had, before the hurricane came, there was a kayaking program down in Galleon Beach, where families and tourists could go and have that pleasure of going kayaking with their families. A lot of people didn't know that.
Like, what is that, ma'am?
Kayaking is a little boat, and you have two persons in there.
Yes.
And you paddle, both persons paddling,
yes,
in that little boat. So it's like a family affair that you would have down there at Galleon Beach in St. Elizabeth.
Okay.
And like you said,
by the way,
these things.
By the way, ma'am, I saw him at a. That is Floyd Green. I don't want to bring that up too much. I don't want to knock him, but I saw him on a stage introducing somebody there, ma'am. I wanted to talk to him about that. Anyway, go ahead. I won't knock him too hard. He's
all right. Thank you for not knocking him so hard, but but it's okay too for you. Don't knock him, but gentle nudge him, please, because he's a good MP.
And the fact of the matter is that what I want to say to Mr. Green is that he is one of them that I think Jamaicans are looking to for leadership. And I'm talking about national leadership, you know, ma'am.
I know. We are fighting for that, neighbor.
Yes, his name is coming up in circles as a probable successor to the Prime Minister. And this that I see here, Mr. Green has to be very careful. Now you can enjoy yourself, Mr. Green, and have fun. But you know, ma'am, politics is a funny old game, you know. I remember
I know that neighbor.
I remember a man in the United States called Howard Dean. Howard Dean was running for the Democrats, and you remember the scream that Mr. Dean made, ma'am? Go and look for it. Yes,
I will. But
yeah,
I don't know.
He let out a scream on the stage, and it cost him his presidential position. I think Mr. Green needs to be a little careful how he, exposes himself on the entertainment. He's not a DJ, man. He's not a MC. He's the Minister of Agriculture and the leader of government business. And I think that he has to be a little careful. You remember during the COVID thing, ma'am, where he had to be removed from the cabinet?
He was, yes, I remember, and I cried tears. I cried. Neighbor, I felt it like it was my son.
Oh, okay.
And
yeah, he's a man that is well liked. He's loved, you know, ma'am. You know.
Yes, but as you said, he has to be mindful.
Yes,
he has to be mindful. Not only that,
but he has to be mindful of expectations.
Yes.
You see expectations, ma'am. When people expect so much of you, it can kind of put you in a position where you can't sleep, you know, because I would not be disappointed if I saw this from another person. But when I saw him behaving like this, no, I don't expect this of Mr. Green, and that is because we have such high expectations of him. So I just want to say to him, walk softly. Keep your eyes focused. Don't get too carried away. Stay out of the, don't make people have anything to say about it. Because you see these little piece of tapes, ma'am. People hold on to this. Anyway, go ahead, ma'am.
Alrighty, good. Okay, there's a Noel, and this is all coming from Mr. Green. There's a Scallion hub.
Yes.
That has never been on that side. I don't think any has been in Jamaica, where all the farmers comes there with their producer Scallion, and other persons come and purchase what they want, and this is afforded to the little people in the communities in St. Elizabeth. This is something great for the community. A lot of people are benefiting from something, something as this, and this has come through Mr. Green's effort. Yes. There is also a storage up in New Forest where the produce that are left over, if the farmers don't get it sold, they can take it there and store it. There's a little district called Newell where we had a maternity clinic. The help of the health minister, that maternity clinic is now, we have a pharmacy there. We have doctors that make calls there. so the Black River Hospital is not overburdened. Burial had taken it down, and it's brand new. There's also one in Southfield that carries the same service, and the one up in Junction carries the same service. But these things are not being told, like you said. A lot of people don't know about it, and these services are free. Medication.
If the party don't establish the network, the Labour Party, we're not about government, we're talking about the party. If they don't do that, then what they should do is to coordinate with designated online functionaries that comes on throughout the day. Throughout the day, ma'am. In other words, there should be no lapse in programming. So every time you click online, there should be someone up there carrying the party's message to the public. Every time.
Neighbor, I agree with you 100%.
So
and I'm going to say this.
You get someone to be on at 6 o'clock, 6 to 9. Him come off. Somebody come on back 9 to 12. Him come off. Somebody come on back 12 to 3. Him come off. Somebody else come on back 3 to 6. Him come off. Somebody come on back 6 to 9. And maybe you can take a break way down in the night. But for the entire day. And you know what that does too? Every time you see some misinformation comes out, the party feeds that to that person online and clarifies it, counteracts it, and tell the people the truth. Okay? That's what they need to do. If they don't establish, and maybe that is cheaper for them, if they don't establish their own network. I'm not talking about people coming up to chat. I'm talking about quality stuff, properly.
That's right. That's right. That's right, neighbor. That's right. We need that. And that should have been out there. You and I should not be here talking tonight about establishing that. That should have been out there.
Let me tell you something, ma'am, and I did a little research on it today. This information can carry down the government, ma'am.
True.
This information can cost.
I was listening to the guy earlier on.
And I will go further. And I will go further, ma'am, because I did a little bit of research over there today, and I found out, that this information thing in politics is a long time that it is being used, and I believe that the PNP has mastered it. You hear what that young man come talk about the minister raised light bill. There's a lot of people in Jamaica that feel that is so, ma'am, that somehow the government is burdening them with light bill. Unaware,
it's all over TikTok.
Unaware, ma'am, unaware that it is the very PNP, government that is causing us this pain from JPS. The very PNP, ma'am. Yes, and so that is what needs to happen. Anyway, ma'am, you finish?
Yes, neighbor, and it was a pleasure. I just want to, can I just big up the members of the information media and Mr. Floyd Green, because I sent him your link, so he should be listening. And if he's not listening, he'll get it later. Yes, so Maki, Costas, Sian, Councillor Ennis, Councillor Rosie, happy birthday, Councillor Rosie, and just keep on doing the work that you guys are doing.
What you say this called, ma'am?
Who?
The media?
Information media. Information media.
Okay.
Yeah, Infomedia.
That's on TikTok?
Yes, it's on TikTok.
Okay.
And it's a group that we established, yes.
Well, that's one. Thank you so much.
You are so welcome, neighbor. Keep up the good work.
You too, mama. Bye-bye. All right, let's go to Charlie. Charlie, go ahead, sir. Charlie, come in. Hello? The paradox of rising expectations. The Jamaica Labour Party's dilemma stems from their own success. It it is the very success of the party that has raised expectation and that is hurting them. All right. I think maybe tomorrow I'll pick up on the Malays. Jason Brown, hello. Hello. Not here. Good afternoon, Travi. Let me come to Harry. We end with Harry. Paid commerce. Travi.
Blessings. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing well. Always a pleasure. Always excited to join the program. Lovely program, by the way. You're doing a good job. You're doing a great job.
Well,
you and your team, you're doing a great job. Right? I respect the work that you're doing. I texted in the chat earlier, say I disagree with something you were saying.
That's fine.
So,
that's all right.
Right. And it's a slight disagreement because I understand fully what you're saying and your intention in what you were saying and what you were doing with regards to Mr. Green. I find them to be pure and it is a sensible argument that you put forward. But there's a slight disagreement in there with me.
Yes, go ahead.
That is in regard to the culture and him embracing the culture and embracing young people. I believe that is actually to his credit and he's building connections in a segment of the society that could prove to be very profitable to him.
Do they vote?
Yes. A lot of people who attend the parties and the dances and stuff vote. And I want to say something to you, but I don't know if you've ever seen the video when he was being a sound man on the sound system, on the mic, stop the music, talk, and play the music, introduce the song. You've never seen that?
Let me ask you a question. If Green were prime minister, would you accept that?
Yes.
You would accept that behavior?
Yes.
From your prime minister?
Yes, and I tell you why.
Well,
you see, hold on. Hear me out. I'll take your next question, but hear me out with regards to this one, because you asked an important question and a fair question, right? You see, the culture of dancehall and reggae music is a very big seller for Jamaica, and I find it unfortunate that we use it to sell Jamaica, but the persons leading Jamaica treat it with scorn in some regards. Not all entirely, but it is in some way, shape, or form not respected. It's more around this time and around this administration that more respect is coming on to artists and dancehall artists and the culture. The culture must be embraced, must be nurtured and helped.
You are saying that dancehall is a part of our culture?
Yes, it is.
Is it really?
Yes, it is, neighbor. Okay. Yes, it is, because
there are some parts of dancehall that I couldn't play here, nor would want my children to hear.
That is very true.
Why do you say it's part? Dancehall, I don't know that dancehall is part of our culture. I think reggae music. Oh, I don't know. I may need to look into that, because dancehall, in my view, has hurt us.
So I agree with that, and that's true. But let me ask you this, neighbor. Vybz Kartel, is he an international superstar?
Is he really? I don't know.
He is. Is he in dancehall or reggae music? Dancehall is the answer. If we talk about Bounty Killer, Beenie Man, these are people who are known all over the place. Popcorn, they are known in many corners of the earth. And dancehall as well as reggae music. And a lot of international people don't know the difference with reggae music and dancehall. They kind of group the two of them together. But I'll tell you this. It is a part of the culture and a part that is respected, and people come to the island and visit Jamaica. And for it.
Yes.
For it. That's why we have international dancehall artists who are Jamaican in no way, shape, or form, and is also of a different ethnicity.
Yes.
Dancehall music reaches places. It goes around the globe. Germany, all these things. Chronix did a song that is very fitting for this confirmation. He said, "Do it for the love."
Hold on there for me, Shani. I'm sorry. Well, I could show that, and I can tell you that to me is you say it's an embracing of the culture. You see, here is the catch, Travi. There is always going to be segments of every society that see things differently. And that is why, as a leader, you play it safe. Because that which you are embracing, I know many people who are offended by it. Hello?
Very true, and I do agree with you.
That is why it is better to play it safe. So don't offend anybody. And I'm saying to you that I don't want my prime minister to be out there in the dance hall, being a DJ, introducing dance hall, and I don't want that. Because I think that there is I think that the image of our leader is to be one where the young people. Well, anyway, let me not.
That is somewhat stereotypical, and this thing of putting people into boxes and they must be this and they must be that. I think we have passed that, especially with the younger folks these days. We have passed that. We have passed that. This is our culture. This is what people do.
Then
like daily, 7 days a week.
Why did you criticize? Why did you criticize? Me no afraid of no boy, no girl, no. Why did you criticize that? That's a part of
that is different. That is different because watch this. He was at a dancehall event embracing the culture. The person you referenced was on a political stage acting out of character. There's an explicit difference there. Two different places. The time and places aren't the same. It's not parallel, so we can't treat both things as the same.
Yeah, I accept that. No problem.
So him embracing the culture and yeah, man, we share. We can share it. Yeah, man, we can share it. Yeah, man.
I don't have to spend a lot of time on this. We can leave that alone now.
No problem. Labour, you always ask great questions. Yeah. I like taking questions from you.
I'm saying Green cannot afford a mistake. He cannot afford it right now. Floyd Green is being viewed as a possible prime minister of Jamaica. Any game can play. He must position himself as that. And he must act with the type of decorum that is expected of a leader of Jamaica. And let me say one thing further. Jamaica, sir, has suffered over the many years because we have lowered our standards. A lot of what we accept is not to be accepted, right? And we expect a potential prime minister to operate carefully, measured, so that he can always be admired. We want our children, sir, to look upon our leaders and said, I want to be like him. I want to be like her. Which is why I criticized Michelle Charles earlier for that video that she put out about funny. It's funny, but it's not funny. Anyway,
no. I understand all that you're saying, neighbor. I understand all that you're saying. But as a young man, here's my counter argument. Because we are conversating, we don't have a disagreement. We are share points. Is that it, neighbor? Is that it? There's not a disagreement here. We're just sharing points. All right. So what you said just now, very true. And it's typical of most of the grown folks, like people who are, further on in life. But for us, the young people, we love it. And I will show you the proof of it, that we like our leader being human and being a part of us and not acting strange and like somebody that is just like a demigod that's held up there we must look up to. Mr. Holness, for example, he tapped into the culture and say, watch out, see a lot from me, me did want clocks and a clocks are the thing and I wear clocks. And look what it did to the political arena, for example. It changed the entire landscape. Now you see everybody want to wear clocks. And I'm not talking about the regular people who used to always wear it. I'm talking about the political officials. When you look, you see Dayton Campbell doing it, you see Patrick Roberts doing it, you see Peter Bunton doing it. Everybody are trying to fit into the culture and fit in with the young people because Mr. Holness came and break the mold and said the Prime Minister is not greater or above the people. He's supposed to be with the people, to serve the people and be a part of everything that is going on. And that is why I support them being human and not too far away from reality and the general public in Jamaica.
Well, Travi, and this is my bit, Sonny, because I've been listening, all right? And as a young person, I would say you are rather very optimistic about this version of dancehall. Right?
Hold on.
The truth is,
I'm sorry. I'm trying to turn on the volume on it. The fact that someone sent it to me though, and I was reading the comments, suggests that. Anyway, I don't want to amplify it. Go ahead, Harry.
Yeah. So the current version of dancehall that we're getting hurts the very culture of society rather than helps. And it's not to say a leader should dissociate himself from a musical genre, because of course Eddie created two to three or assisted 2 to 3 genres of Jamaican music in his time. But the truth is that in itself with the current version of dancehall will hurt you more than help you.
Yes.
Right? Because we've seen the social issues that it promotes. And as a leader, if you are backing it in that public segment in that manner, then it simply means you can't dissociate the narrative that you support the dancehall unless you, and what it has done, unless you clarify it. And we know in the political arena, you don't get time to clarify that much. Now, there are ways to embrace it, Travi, and you spoke of one. Mr. Holness came and endorsed the whole aspect of Clarks, and that was one way of you also embracing a certain aspect of dancehall. So when you are embracing a music, especially one of dancehall in itself, you have to be very careful as a leader and a potential national leader at that, how you go about it. So it's not to say don't embrace dancehall or whatever, but you have to be very careful and measured in what you do. So for example, I think you probably know, Travis, the clash between Mr. Vaz and Damian Crawford. In that context, you're embracing Jamaican music, and that is perfectly fine, right? So there are ways how to embrace it, but you also have to ensure that you do it concisely, you do it carefully, and you pick your moments, because the truth is, it is very easy for people to look at Mr. Green now with the current situation and said, see, he never learned from 2020 in a COVID. And that is a spin that can be put on your leadership, and that can hamper any ambitions you may have going further, right? So that is my part in it. And the truth is, dancehall is, again, it's not where it was. It has missed the mark that was set for it. And that is just the truth.
Good points, very good points. Sorry, I accept your assessment. I understand. And I reason with you. But I'm not saying that dancehall is all good, and neither am I saying it's all bad. And I would never dare say that they should embrace the dance culture that is in dancehall or the gun culture, anything of that sort. I would have never dare say that, right? So I understand the concern. Just a second, Arthur. Let me just finish and then I'll give you the floor. Or maybe she, yeah. No, just hold on for a second. All right. So I'm never saying that they should embrace that, because there are good examples in dancehall. Agent Sasko, for example, good music and his personal life, like the bits and pieces that he shows up to the wider society, tells us that he's a decent individual, not just through his music. And we have seen the Prime Minister attending his anniversary celebration when he had his 30 year in music or 25 year in music celebration. We've seen the Prime Minister attend these cultural events like Sunfest and stuff like that. I understand totally. I'm not disputing or putting away y'all's point. I understand it. But
one civilization is not complete without its art. The highest form you have become complacent, sitting down and allowing the other nations to run away with everything.
Right now we're plunging into darkness.
All right, Orchid, come true. What do you have to say?
Sorry, it was really my husband wanted to make a point. We're sitting here listening, and he just wanted to chime in on something.
Is he there?
Yes, he's right here. So he's gonna welcome.
Come to husband.
Good evening, my neighbor. Good evening, folks listening on this evening's program.
You're a fantastic man. You allow your wife to speak first, eh? By the way,
well,
you need her permission. You need her permission to speak.
Yes, I need her permission to speak.
No, they're always in charge, you know, sir. You always let them be in charge. You'll be
right. Well, I'm glad to give her permission to allow me permission to speak.
Yes. Okay. Very well put. Fantastic.
All right. I'm listening to the conversation, and I must agree with you. 99.9999% almost into perfection.
Well,
as far as what I'm thinking, what I'm thinking is what you're saying. And the only variation I would have with what you're saying is that I'm not perfect and you're not perfect. So we'll leave that very small percentage of difference behind.
Yes.
But I think we
by the way, sir, something just crossed my mind. You know, when I went to primary school, the teachers dressed a particular way, you know. The teachers. Because part of what we were taught to learn is to be like them. We were to aspire to be like the people teaching us. And so you would never see a teacher in a short shorts or a short skirt. Not only at school, but you see in the community that you were, teachers were honored people, you know. You look up to the master. The teachers were
very much so.
They were models for young people. I mean, when you saw Mrs. Ellis and Mrs. Powell and Mrs. Campbell and come to school, you know, sir, very well put together, and students would look up and say, my goodness, I'd want to be like him. That's just what I'm trying to say. And I think that if you aspire to be a leader of a country, I think there are certain things that you should leave for others. Other people can do it, not you.
Absolutely. And we must understand what culture is. Culture are those things that represents the highest ideals of the nation.
Yes.
You understand that is what our culture is. I'm not saying that we don't have subcultures and subgenres within our culture.
Yes.
So in Jamaica has a music culture that includes reggae, dancehall, ska, rocksteady, and other types of music. But we wouldn't say reggae is necessarily Jamaican culture. We would not say that dancehall is necessary. They're a part of our music culture, right? Jamaica has a culture of a musical culture. That is what we have, and we have categories within that. No,
thank you for that distinction. So you are saying that dancehall is not part of our culture?
No, it is not.
Oh,
it's not a part of our direct culture. It's a subculture of our music.
Oh, but I'm not an expert.
Right, I'm not an expert either, and I'm giving you my understanding. Right, so dancehall is a subculture of our musical culture on a whole.
Yes,
and it came up out of a segment of our society that wanted to express itself through the means that dancehall provided.
Yes,
right, and the things that are expressed through dancehall are not necessarily the things that represent the brightest parts of our culture. We're not saying that there's anything wrong.
Yeah. Quite true.
We're not rejecting what they're saying because it is reality that exists there. But within reality, there's negative, there's positive, and there's in between.
Yes.
You understand? No, we know that in dancehall and in reggae and in probably in any genre of music, you're gonna find variations of those things, of negative and positive.
Yes.
Anywhere you take it. But the fact of the matter, like you're saying, the overwhelming participation of artists in the dancehall culture at this time, we can say is negative.
It is.
It is negative. So you are on, like you said, somebody aspiring on the as a leader on the locally, but as far as I'm concerned, once you're a leader locally, you're exposed internationally as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
So whatever you're putting out there, are you representing the positive parts of the Jamaican culture that people aspire to?
And so while you may endear some to you, you're isolating others, like me. I have nothing to do with dancehall. I think it's a terrible thing that well, let me not say terrible, but I think that when I've watched Jamaica from where I come from, sir, listen, you see bad word, me see people are cuss now. You couldn't use one of that when I was growing up, sir. You couldn't use one, You must have mad. You must have crazy. We use what about bad word. You must have mad. As a matter of fact, sir, one day I remember Lieutenant Stitchy sing a song about you can't have your pudding at the same time.
which is right.
You can't have your pudding at the same time, although them are pudding all them are putting my feet anytime. I remember it was being played on the radio and my mother was listening to it and she picked up the subtleness in it and said to me, turn it off.
Well, you see, if you really check it out, what Stitchy was doing was repeating something that is a part of Jamaican culture. Because these sayings and these proverbs and these things are a part of our culture. These are the things that are communicated to us in terms of how we should behave, how we should conduct ourselves.
Yes.
And they're represented to us through like I said, our proverbs and our different sayings that creates an imagery of how we are supposed to conduct ourselves as Jamaicans.
Do you think that we are old-fashioned, sir?
Well, of course we're old-fashioned, but I'm going to say to you, is doing the right thing old-fashioned?
Here is
does it have a time limit? Does it have an error? Is doing the right thing? Does it have an error?
Hold on.
You don't take sticky advice, girls in a good jacket. Time phenomenon, one phenomenon, two. Hey, wear your size, young girls wear
your size. Here, Travis, wear your size.
Don't take sticky advice, girls in a good jacket. Time phenomenon, one phenomenon, two. Now me say last week, but them me rock up on a girl. Me tell them me go take her around the world now. Kiss me, let it fly up in a inbox. She want new shoes and she want new frock. She want new stocking and she want new strap. She want new watch and bangle and hat. Kiss me good side, she want new one back. Me say, yeah, I make you want everything that is new. Only thing I can afford is a pair of shoe. Me give her money, but the girl still a screw. Why don't I
that was the song. That was the song. My mother would never allow me to listen to that song.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
My mother said, no, don't listen to that. That's it. That's it. And so, sir, I may be a little biased here because I grew up in a different Jamaica. I must tell you the truth. And the Jamaica that I grew up in, I wish I had it today. May I tell you the truth, sir?
Did we grow up in a different Jamaica, or are we existing in a situation that is devolving into something different?
That's more elegant. That's more elegantly put, sir. That's more elegantly put. But the fact of the matter is that the social the societal values have been torn. And I don't know how we're going to build it back, because I don't think we can. And that is why one like Mr. Green have to understand the expectations of people like myself and like you, in terms of an understanding that somehow we have slipped, you know, sir. And we are really looking for our leaders to help us correct it.
We must try to aspire to the highest ideals of our nature, We all know that we have lower nature, or the potential of lower nature. But we must try to, especially as leaders, to always aspire to the highest ideals of our nature, because others are looking to us, or looking at us as how they should conduct themselves also. So we have to be careful who you give credence to and what you give credence and credibility to. Is it something positive? Is it something that is going to lead us in a positive direction that will have positive outcomes for myself as an individual, and for the persons who are looking at me and will emulate me? That is what I would say about that. And if it does not produce a positive outcome, we should try to stay to distance ourselves from it, or to control how we interact with it. And however we interact with it, we must interact with it in a way that spins it as positive. You brought up the whole concept of our prime minister, and how he introduced I wouldn't say introduced, but how he used the influence of Clarks in our music culture as a way to interact with it, and to bridge the gap between generations with the love for Clark shoes that we all have, from the oldest to the youngest generations now. Sorry, thank you.
Well, sir, I really, that Travi wanted to respond.
Before you go, I'm actually surprised that you said that dancehall is not a part of the culture. What dancehall is actually a subculture. You use the same word to describe the thing that you said is not the thing. So I don't understand that part of it. Secondly, hold on, sir. Secondly, you use dancehall and narrowed it down to just the music. Dancehall is not just the music, the rhythm and the beat and the lyrics. It's the fashion, it's the events. It is a lifestyle. And that is what is taught when you take a study into what dancehall is. So I'm glad you gave the disclaimer, so that you're not a professional or an expert, or you haven't looked into it. But that is what I am saying at this moment. Dancehall is not just the music, and you treat the dancehall now as if it is all bad. There's no good in dancehall, and I beg to differ.
I love dancehall.
No, you mentioned the lyrics and said they represent nothing good. That was your expression.
No. Well, maybe I misrepresented myself.
Exactly what you did, because that is what came out.
I appreciate dancehall for what it is, right? And
it is culture. It is Jamaican culture.
It's not culture. It's a subculture. It's a subculture.
Again, I say to you, dancehall is not just the music. It's fashion. Exactly. It is social commentary. It is the events.
But where does it come from? Where does it? Did the culture that brings?
So let me ask you. So let me ask you something. Hold on. Let me ask you something.
Before dancehall music.
Hold on, man. Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something.
Please, go ahead.
So is reggae music culture?
It is a part of our music culture, just like dancehall. So reggae is not necessarily a Jamaican culture, but it is a part of our musical culture. We're a musical people. So we have before reggae there was ska, and while reggae was there, we had One Drop, we had Rock Steady, and then we have dancehall that came up. And I would say that the dancehall that we have now is even a different dancehall that we had initially, or even in the secondary phase of the music. Right? But what it does, it
Let me
dancehall
ask you this.
is
Let me ask you this. You ever heard the term trap dancehall or trap reggae? Trap. Trap dancehall or trap reggae. You ever heard that term before?
I've heard of trap music, yeah.
But you never heard of trap dancehall or trap reggae?
Is it track or trap?
Trap.
With a CK
Trap.
or with
No,
a P?
no, trap. Trap.
Yes.
Trap.
If I understand,
So you mentioned. Hold on, let me help you. Because you say you mentioned that the dancehall now is different. Yes, it is different because most of the music now is trap music. It's trap music. It's different. No, for the reggae, the dancehall now is trap reggae. And if you know what that is, then you don't understand. And let me say again, dancehall is not just the music, the rhythm and the beat and whatever.
No,
it's not just that. It's the whole everything that makes up the culture, dancehall culture.
I'm glad that you said what you said. Dancehall culture, right? So you're being very specific now. You said dancehall culture. Do you think that dancehall? Do you think that everything that is done in dancehall represents the wider society of Jamaica?
Yeah, we're gonna have to push on. We're gonna have to push on, Orchid. Orchid, we have to push on here.
Thank you. Thank you, my neighbor.
These are the songs.
It's not loneliness.
All right. Chops, how you doing, sir?
I'm not bad at all, neighbor. Not bad at all. How are you?
Yes. What has elicited your attention that made you join?
You know, I am other than always interested in the contents of your program and the way it is done. Travi, greetings to you, my brother. Caroline and Harry. Blessings and greetings to all you.
Blessings.
And greetings to all your viewers. No, other than really enjoy supporting your program and the way it is conducted, I'm always interested in a program that is done in an organized and structured way, and I have to give that to you. But the discussion earlier, the whole argument of dancehall and its contribution to the culture overall.
Yes.
I tend to agree with the gentleman just now, where he said dancehall is a subculture. And that particular position, I agree with him on, because you just played Gregory Isaac, Know That My Love Is Overdue.
Yes.
And if you were to segmentize the reggae, you would place that sort of reggae as a subculture of another part of reggae. And if you look at reggae in its diverse form, you could very well say you have various different segments of reggae, which the gentleman would have referred to as subcultures. Yeah, so you're coming from ska into rocksteady into reggae. So there were three other genres that really brought about reggae. And then there's dancehall. And then Travi just mentioned trap dancehall. Hip hop had merged into trap. Dancehall has merged into trap dancehall, which is a total different beat. It's a beat that is closer to the rap beat, but with a different, softer, slower rhythm. And that's pretty much a new type of reggae. If you look at most of those new artists in Jamaica now, those new artists, none of them is doing any music on authentic dancehall or reggae beat. They are now doing their music on trap beat, which is closer to rap than it is to actual foundation dancehall. So there's a segmentation and a breakaway from the norm. But interestingly, if you were to look at popularity and international recognition, none of those new trap dancehall has made it to the level of the original dancehall sounds. and you can check the facts. Yes, they're doing a lot of streaming, but we know how that streaming work. It's not genuine record sales. It's you releasing a song on social media, and I can release a song. I can produce a song with you tomorrow morning, neighbor, for example. And I hope I'm not letting the cat out the bag here. I can produce a record with you tomorrow, and tomorrow is Monday. We drop it on Wednesday, and by Friday, I go and buy the same song and run the stream up to 10 million. Didn't mean that 10 million person actually bought the song.
Wow.
So when you hear a lot of people boasting about streaming and how much numbers they're doing, are they doing authentic numbers, or are they doing numbers that was bought and paid for?
Comment though on the broader context, because I think the context that brought this about was young Green appearing on a stage, seeming to be introducing an artist or something like that, but his voice was very high and appears out of character for some. How do you view that?
For most of who don't know, Green, are we talking about Minister Green, Floyd Green, correct? We're talking about Minister Floyd Green, correct?
Yes.
Minister Floyd Green is no stranger to dancehall. He's a selector and a hype man, if you ask me. And if you listen to him, he is good at it. It's something that he's been doing for a long time. He has an annual show that is kept down here in St. Elizabeth. I've attended quite a few times. I missed it this time because of not being on the island. But he's no stranger to that, and he does a very good job. Now, I will tell you that if we had more Jamaicans at his level connecting with our music at the level that he's connecting, perhaps our influence on those persons who participate in dancehall, in the culture, probably our influence would have been stronger, not just for the political gain there is, but also to help to guide the young artists in making sure that they follow a certain line. So I believe that him doing that, I'm not a stranger to it. I have a lot of clips with the minister holding the mic and getting it done in the dance hall. It's not something new for me. He's done it all the time. Every year at his party, he actually goes on there and spin a few tunes. So I'm for it. I love it. Michael, somebody have to mute him.
Good night.
Somebody have to mute him. Background noisy.
Listen, Don Campbell talk about dancehall. Well, we drop reggae here. Finally, we get this chance. I tell you. All right. Let's move on. By the way, Orchid, you came back up. Do you want to add something to that?
Yeah, my 2 cents on it is it's not that we have a problem with Floyd Green associating with the dancehall culture, as one may put it, but it's like you stated before, it's the expectation, and we shouldn't be worried about what people are going to say, but we also have to worry about what the mass is going to say when he's in a certain space, and wanting to be, or persons wanting to be, I should say, they represent our country at the highest level. People have certain expectation on what dancehall is today. Certain persons, some people would want to shy away from that space. So I think that's where the problem lies. Him being there is not a problem.
May I ask a question though, in that regard?
Yeah.
Because I don't know if you are familiar with where dancehall is coming from. But the dancehall that I am accustomed to, even 5 years ago, 10 years ago, I would say, dancehall has changed for a lot of reasons. Corporate sponsorship has become a part of dancehall, and that has forced dancehall artists to behave in a more civilized and professional manner. Yeah,
You think,
dancehall
do
today
you,
is more
I don't think
professional
so.
today than it has
do
ever
you
been.
think
Let me
so?
tell you
You
why I say
really
that.
think
Yeah,
so,
No,
of
no,
course.
Charles?
Let me
no.
tell you why. Yeah, let me tell you why I said
All
that.
right, I'm listening.
If you go back 10 years from now and count the amount of dancehall artists you know,
Mm-hmm.
almost on a yearly basis, that used to be incarcerated or get arrested for whatever involvement in crimes or unlawful behavior, it was significant. How many of those have we had in recent times?
Mm-hmm.
So when you look at that, the violence that dancehall used to bring out in terms of what the artists themselves used to promote, you don't get a lot of that anymore. So there's a shift, there's a change, and that change came about. I watched the change. That change came about when corporate Jamaica started to use dancehall artists as ambassadors for products and services. Because of that, it forced them in a corner. They didn't want to lose that money that is coming in from the corporate folks. So therefore, they
Small
start to
number.
behave in a more professional manner. So the truth
That
is,
both up.
dancehall is not like what we thought it was or what we're accustomed to it being 10, 15 years ago. It has changed.
Well, not hearing
I
of
like just like you and Travi. I like what you said. You know, Travi is somebody that I listen to, and I would spend the whole day listening to. But I was kind of not so much in agreement with some of the things. I tend to lean to what maybe I'm too old fashioned, so I kind of lean over to neighbor. And I see what you all are saying, you know, and I understand what you're saying, but I have to be in agreement with neighbor because it's not just about the person. And yes, it's all fun and game, and you go up, and I can have fun as well. But it's just what, you know, the wider society gonna think and gonna say, you know, how it's been interpreted. That's where the problem lies. So it's not about the music and whatnot. It's just, I think it's the space and this person
I don't
who
think society should. I don't think we should box our leaders in a corner, suggesting
no
that
no
they
no
should
no
not
no
socialize.
no, I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I don't have a problem with him socializing.
What's the problem?
Hold on, Chops. Hold on. My husband wants to say something. One sec.
Right.
where's the team? Is a team? Is a
Yes,
team?
it is.
Yeah, listeners. My neighbor and listeners. We're not. I am not trying to disrespect dancehall. Dancehall has brought a lot of positive things to Jamaica. You understand? We can't say dancehall has not brought positive things to Jamaica. It certainly has. And I can tell you, if you go into a certain amount of chops, I should say, with the music industry, no pun intended, chops. But what you'd realize, the emergence of the dancehall music and what the messages that it sends, right? That it sends came up at a specific time in Jamaica history and in world history as well. You have to remember the main influence and the main music in Jamaica at the time when dancehall emerged was reggae music. But reggae music, as beautiful as it was considered a very dangerous form of music because of the revolutionary aspect of it and the social commentary that was brought to it. So there's a reason why reggae, in a lot of, even though you have lovers rock and you have all these kind of different parts of reggae in itself was downplayed quite a bit because of the amount of social commentary and the influence that it had on a lot of people in the world, whether you want to believe it or not. No, dancehall even though it spoke about a lot of things, a lot of social injustice and whatever else, it was, what would I say, more laissez-faire, more out there, more relaxed, more soft in its in its engagement in terms of real deep issues than reggae music.
I'm sorry though, Orchid. I only have 20 minutes and I
That's fine.
catch me tomorrow, please.
Yeah.
All right, great. Thank you. All right. Travi?
Sir.
Turn up your Travi.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, sir. Travi, I have in my hand here a book that your party published for the election. You remember this book?
Oh yeah.
It report just now. Could you repeat that, please?
Your party published this book for the election. You remember?
Yes, I remember it.
You have your copy there?
Yes, I have a copy, not here in my hand now, but I do have a copy.
Yes, sir. Travi, I have
kind of like a souvenir.
I have spent 2 months trying to understand the results of the election, and I think I got it today. There is a theory, Travi, that suggests that humans adapt to improvements.
Yes.
And they reset their expectations at that time. And I feel, Travi, that your party would have raised expectations in Jamaica. In other words, you have raised the bar. And within those expectations, Travi, there is disappointment. But the disappointment is unreal because somehow you have not communicated the successes of the government so that the people lower their expectations. And I think it probably hurt you in the election. In that regard, Travi, how is the party now understanding? By the way, do you know if the party has studied the last election result, or they are just fine that they have won? You know that if they have studied it?
Yes, neighbor, they have.
Okay,
if I may jump in there. Sorry, you never posed a question to me, but I just figured I'd answer it. Yes.
Yeah, what is am I onto something here, Scott? That that expectations in Jamaica are high. The people expect this as a norm without realizing for example, how is it, Chops, that you could have a 42% reduction in crime and the government don't make a big thing out of it? How you do that?
Neighbor, your guess is as good as mine. Every billboard in Jamaica should have been purchased.
Yeah,
not just by the Ministry of.
But they don't listen here. You know, sir, I go downtown sometimes 4 or 5 o'clock in the mornings, and I'll never forget, sir, when I came to 3 Miles, that electronic billboard there,
yes, sir,
had the Jamaica Labour Party ad, and it struck me as I was coming. There was Andrew Holness, there was the Jamaica Labour Party. Chops Media, 30 years ago,
yes, sir,
saw this in Jamaica. You don't realize that the people of Jamaica think that it's just normal days. It's not normal, you know, Strap.
It is. You're perfectly right, neighbor. And I said to myself sometimes, and listen, what you are perfectly correct. What you are saying is part and parcel of the GLP's biggest problem. They have never, historically, what people would call to their own horn. They have never highlighted their achievement. Let me tell you this, and I'm not taking any credit here, neither am I tooting my own horn. But I will tell you that when the Jamaica Labour Party won in 2016, we had zero presence out in the space as it relates to GLP's achievement. Yeah? When you go on Google in 2016 and you type Edward Philip George Siaga, you know who came up?
No.
Manley.
Michael Joshua Manley.
And that's a fact.
As I lift my hand to God.
I can second that. That's true.
As I lift my hands to God. When you typed Edward Siaga in 2016, after JLP won the elections, it was Eddie Siaga that came up.
Wow.
I wrote to, at the time I wrote to Sharon Hay Webster. She was in the Ministry of Education at the time. And I believe she had some responsibility with JIS. At that time, I spoke directly to Robert Nestor Morgan, who was the Director of Communications in the Office of the Prime Minister. And a matter of fact, I think I had actually sent screenshots to Sharon, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, about the whole situation. So we have to fix this. We have to fix this. We don't have a presence out here. None of our achievement is null. It is after that that we start to publish what Eddie Siaga has done. Most people in Jamaica and in the diaspora did not know of 50% of the things that Eddie Siaga did as a former prime minister for Jamaica. People did not know. It never existed. Because the 18 years of the PNP, they took a deliberate approach in removing the history of the JLP from the media. You could not rely on JBC was no longer around. They control RGR, what comes out. The Gleaner was no longer a credible institution that would play fair game. We had to fight to get the JLP to do something about making sure that Eddie Siaga's achievement, especially during the 1980s, was highlighted and recognized. I'm saying this to you now. It's the first I've said this on air. But we had to fight to get the JLP to start canonizing their own saints, highlighting their own achievement. It was a fight and a struggle to get it done. Neighbor, I go further. In 2020,
yes,
we had to fight, continue the same fight in getting Belmont Road, which is the HQ of the party, to start recognize how important of an institution, and organization we are. And I fought, and thanks, I have to give credit to Robert Nestor Morgan, credit to Kamina Johnson-Smith, and those persons who participated in making sure that the communication room at the Belmont Road was built out.
Well, I will not make my research available, but I'm reading from it. I put down the loss of the 14 seats to a communication error on the part of the Labour Party. I want to make 2 points, because I think the PNP have misread it badly too. This gain for the PNP is no gain in political support, based on my research. Tops Media, the Labour Party raised expectations in the country. The people of Jamaica expect a lot from them. The achievements of the party, sir, had almost been erased from the people's mind. They felt that where they were normal things. This is how things ought to be. Media, it is not how it was. The credit for the successes of the government were not manifested in the last election, and that is a communications failure. Remember me tell you that.
I agree 100%.
You are a part of it, sir, and I would want
100%
this message to the party that they need to lay down milestones Chops. Whenever you achieve something, Chops, you must make a big thing out of it.
But if you don't, people are going to forget.
Or do we think that it's so? Look, the government has found $10 billion. $10 billion, Chops Media. $10 billion. I'm going to say it again because a lot of people don't even understand what that means. Because you couldn't have found it when your debt to GDP was 140%. Couldn't find it. And the government has found 10 billion. I don't see the government making anything out of it, sir. They just keep a little press for conference. They launch rules. They launch rules. And they're going to give out five. You're going to give a man $500,000 check and make a big things out of that, sir?
But let me tell you, neighbor, the thing is, what people fail to recognize is that when you set these barriers, and you lift the standards and expectations of Jamaicans, and people start to behave like it is normal times.
That is right.
Yeah? It is on you to go in there. I think we're the party, and I put some blame on the party because I saw where the government took the initiative during the last elections to activate the communications team within the ministries. What they did, neighbor, was they used the ministry legally so, because every ministry has a communications team, and they use it during the election to make sure that things were highlighted. Now, my problem is things are not to be done solely because there's an election.
Right.
For example, we ramped up the communications during the elections. Yeah.
Right.
And we probably didn't take it to the level that we needed to. But we secured a historic third term. Now, since then, we have gone back to sleep because we promoted those players who were active out there. The PNP could not say a word without hearing from Marlon Morgan, for example. They could not put 1 ounce of misinformation without we highlighting it here on social media. They could not do it without an Apcofit Senley. A matter of fact, what we had instituted in the party at the time was a 5-prong approach to communication headed by Dr. Dana Morris Dixon. Shireen Golding was a part of the communications task force. Apcofit Senley was also the chairman of the group as well. You have Marlon Morgan. I think Nestor was also still there and was one of the persons slated to communicate on certain issues. You had
and Dr. Tufton.
And Dr. Tufton also. You had even I think all the general secretaries and deputy general secretaries for all the area councils were a part of the communications task force. It was an active group of communicators. And they would have the press conferences and they would come out, and then you have G2K, you have Young Jamaica. They were fired up too. So with that, during the election, you had an improved communication. What should have happened, neighbor, is what we saw 6 months going into the election should have been 2 years before. Yeah? Because truth pressed to earth will always rise. If you if you leave a lie unchecked for a period of time, that lie becomes true.
Yeah. You know what I found out also
yes.
in this paper that I've written is that if the government was able to connect the people to the improvements, they probably could have won 50 seats. Let me tell you the truth. If the government was able to connect the people to their standard of living, sir, there are people going to Shein tomorrow to pick up packages valued at less than $100 US. And most of them don't know that it's the government is doing that for them, sir.
Yeah, neighbor, you're spot on. I don't know how to tell you. You are 1000% correct.
All of them
and again,
is going to pick up them roses tomorrow and them eyelashes and them blouse and them skirt. All of these girls, they don't make that connection that this is their government that is allowing them to do that without paying taxes, you know. And those people who are bringing in things through the airport for less than $1,000, you think they know it? You think they make the connection, sir?
Some do, but most don't. And it's the most that you want to. It's the most that you want to. And you see, the problem is neighbor, is a lack of repetition. We don't repeat these things. We don't repeat them. We believe that if we run an ad for a couple of days, that's it. You have to repeat these things. It should be the time slot for 12 o'clock news every day for the next 3 years.
Let's come back to this crime situation here. I have not seen in my lifetime a greater moment in Jamaica where we took murders from 1,700 to below 700. Did you know that there is a dishonest spin that has been put on this chops?
Oh yeah.
Where they are suggesting that, you know, oh no man, police unaliving is up. It is the security forces that should be credited for it.
Yes.
I think, chops, that the government should call, if I even half day of lockdown, for us to say, let's stop Jamaica. Not let's stop. Every Jamaican should have stopped for even
and reflect
on where we are coming from.
We should have a parade around Jamaica. There should be a parade with the police force and security forces.
Parade the police officers. There you go. Call a parade of the police officers and let Jamaicans see the heroes. These men did it.
Yes, they did it.
They did it.
Neighbor, I told you the story before that I wrote several articles in the paper, and one of my campaign at the time was to dismantle the police force. I remember one of the titles of my article was dismantle, rebuild, retool, rebrand. That was because I never believed that the police force in Jamaica had it within them, could be reformed. So I said, let's lock it down. And not just lock it down. I gave suggestion on how to lock it down. I said, announce a day for closing down the police force, and then ask for international assistance. Get a peacekeeping group from the CARICOM, from United Nations, and our African brothers and sisters to hold the fort for us while we rehire, retrain, and retool our police force. I did the whole research, and I wrote that article because I never believed that the police force could have bring themselves out of the quagmire that they were in.
Yes.
I said that they were the most corrupt and inept force in the world. I said those words and I lived to swallow them. One of the quote in one of my articles was that you cannot pour clean wine in a dirty vessel. So I was even downplaying investing money into it, because when I said that, I said that on the background that how could you be now thinking about spending billions of dollars in a corrupt police force? That's like pouring clean wine in a dirty vessel. And I live to have to apologize and swallow those words because they did it. Dr. Chang started with Robert Montague.
Yes.
And they spent money, gave the support, and we got the result that we needed.
Yeah.
You go back and check. The government did that.
Yeah, the government lifted expectations and it hurt them. Let me go to Harry. Coming back to you, Travi. Harry.
Yes, neighbor.
The perspective of the raising of expectations, where Jamaicans are not seeing the successes of the government as just norm. So the government is not getting the credit for it. Don't you think that is an argument that supports the failure of communication that we have been highlighting here over the couple of days?
It has, neighbor, right? And you know, I've been one who have spoken about the standard being raised, and as such, the administration will only be judged by its very own achievements, and thereof going forward is not about judging the standard of 20 years back. It's about what happened in the last decade or so.
Yes.
And as such, if you don't communicate the fact that you have landed upon a new standard, right? Because you have to lay the foundation of that and ensure that people understand it, down to the nicks and crannies of the nation, understand that listen, we've unlocked a new level, and as such, we will no longer be looking back. And as such, I want you to appreciate and build upon this new standard, because we're not looking to revert to past times. Anything we're doing now, it is to be better than where we were yesterday. And as such, you take it from that angle and don't let them ever forget it.
You
right?
have to communicate the progress, Aaron. You have to communicate progress.
You have to, neighbor, and I said it, human beings learn through repetition. We understand things through repetition. That is just how we're made. And if you leave it up to chance, then you're also giving up the foothold that you have now on people elevating themselves. You're going to allow things like misinformation to reel in back people. Because what? If you don't communicate it, people can't really and truly see that this standard has impacted them, and it is also the main driving force to them pushing on to their dreams and aspirations. If you don't, then the people will not see. They'll just credit to themselves being resilient.
Yes, yes, yeah. So the very successes of the government, Harry, is the very thing that the government is failing at. These expectations that they have raised, Harry, some of them are unmet. Wouldn't you agree?
They are, neighbor, right? They are. And I think what the administration needs to understand, that communicating things to people is a major part of governance, right? It is not something you just do when it comes close to election time. You don't narrow it down to a party type of thing. Because when the work is being done, you want people to know that you have done it for them. Because if they don't know that these things are done for you, the fact that now there are things you said you would have done and you didn't achieve those things, that is where they're going to beat you with the stick. And such, because you never communicate any possible shortcomings or the other things that you've achieved in spite of, right? These are the very areas that the government will be seen as failing the people. And while there's two sides to that, the people will always look at the negative part, because the positives were never ever communicated to them on a daily basis, on a monthly basis. If they don't know, they can't be a part of. And that is a problem with not having that significant communication.
Yeah, I mean, 300,000 jobs, Harry, cut in poverty, infrastructure, massive improvements, cut in crime. Where are the milestones? How are people remembering where they're coming from? It is a story that is yet untold, you know, Harry.
It is, neighbor, right? And it's sad that in this day and age where information is so wide and easily transmitted, that we have not transmitted the very influences and achievements of our government, right? And it can't be the fact that, oh, they're doing the work, so they're caught up and their hands are tied with delivering for the people. You can deliver all you want. If I don't know you're delivering it for me, then I'm going to be against you. And that is how the average man looks at it. I heard the gentleman earlier came up and saying, oh, government let JPS increased the rate and so on. And he doesn't know. I can bet you that he doesn't understand what that 150 million did for the country in this short period of time. Because if he doesn't understand that the OUR handles the regulatory aspect of the rates and so on for JPS, in fact, he wouldn't have even known that a 7% increase is a blessing, right? Compared to what JPS wanted and could have put in place. And there was something we couldn't have handled that, we couldn't have disputed, but the 150 million also helped with that. So if people don't know in this day and age, because getting the click bites and so on of the bigger picture is good. But you want people to be a part of the process. They want to understand it. And this is where solutions and suggestions also comes from the very people. And that is how you know incorporate them after you've engaged them. Because that is where the national pride to say, yes, we have achieved it. Not the government, not the JCF, but we have achieved it because it's a collective. And if that's not communicated to the people for them to be a part of it, then it doesn't make sense.
You know, Harry, let me just say this before you run to Travi, neighbor. I know you're going to Travi next. But let me just say this real quick. Communications is not free. And I think one of the expectations that have been set since 2016 is that we can achieve effective communication through voluntary service. Because that's what a lot of us did, and that's what a lot of us have done, is volunteer our time to come on here and to spread the gospel of good news about the Jamaica Labour Party. I think at some point, they have to recognize that it is not cheap, it's not free. And if you're not willing to spend hard-earned dollars to ensure that people are educated, it will end up costing you dearly. And one of the things I cannot afford to do is to sit back and relax and allow for another government to take charge of this country, knowing their history, knowing the history of what they've achieved before, and to allow that to happen. So because of that, I'm motivated to do this without even being engaged at any level. We're not soliciting that, but I'm saying communication is not free, and we have to start.
And that is the thing, Chops, with the fact that the Jamaica Labour Party may see persons like ourselves doing it, whether you are affiliated or not with them, just your Jamaican pride and want to see Jamaica be better. They're not even piggybacking off it, and they can't leave it up to people like us because we're strapped for time in terms of resources. They can garner more resources than we do. They have the collective minds and the know-hows to do it. But they've pretty much been sat on the laurels. We're doing this because we want Jamaica to continue being better, to continue going forward and advance. Because we never like what happened back then. I want to ensure that we don't revert to it. But this is a layup for them to even piggyback off. They can, as I said, they can garner more resources. They have more ears. They have more people with platforms to do. Because one of the things, Chops, just giving people recognition, for example, going on their program and so on, with how, for example, TikTok, with the gifts and so on, people earn through that. If you give people the recognition in that aspect, they also earn without you, I know people would be contracted to do these things. We've heard it in the space, but that is also something you can do to get your message out. And these aren't rocket science.
That's the most effective tool that Trump used, my brother. Trump picked persons during his campaign who were just merely a social media blogger, and he blew them up to the extent that they became contributors to the party.
Yes.
We see that. You know what we see in Jamaica instead of that? Our own powerful ministers and MPs clicking their own live, going on live and thinking that is effective. The time you spend, and I'll say this publicly to every MP who does it, or minister who does it, without any fear of contradiction or apology, your time would be better spent going on existing social media bloggers' stage, highlighting what you're doing and promoting them at the same time. Because the more you promote them, the bigger they become, the more effective they are, and the more they contribute to you. You're wasting your time. I don't even go on their program.
Yes.
I hardly pass. If I pass and see an MP on our minister on talking, I just keep on scrolling because I don't subscribe to that crap.
Yes.
Go and support the little man out there who is fighting for you. Give him the clout. Don't compete with him.
Wow.
I say that without fear of contradiction.
Just to add to that, Chops, I'm not calling somebody say Uncle Trump and whatever. With his team, because he wasn't, he didn't accept to do this, but he wanted to win, right? But the mastermind behind him going on so many different programs, even those who wasn't in line with him, was his son that orchestrated it and carried it out. I know that the scripture says a child shall lead them. And a Jamaican, an average man, the solutions coming out from the people, if you listen to the people can lead themselves through these things, you know. They are, if you listen closely, and I'm saying it for the government administration and everybody, the party and so on, even the opposition, because they need to rebrand and come again. Put your ears back to the ground, to the very grassroots of what the people need. Because they will, if you listen carefully, they will also tell you how to communicate it to them. But if you are too high up off the ground, you can't hear it. And as such, you will miscommunicate. You will even leave people ignorant of good information. Because people can get the information, but don't know how to decipher it. And as such, you don't leave that up to chance. So you have to listen carefully, incorporate it, and do what needs to be done if you truly want Jamaicans to know what you've done for them, know Jamaica how to get the information, to also empower them to build upon that very information. Because word of mouth work. Once you get the information out there, the discussions will be had in communities and on the corner. And that is what you want as a government.
Yeah. All right, Travi, he's gone.
I'm here. I am here listening. Very powerful conversation.
Travi, are you a member of Young Jamaica?
I'm not.
Huh?
I'm not a member of Young Jamaica.
Have they solicited your membership?
They have not.
Have they tried to recruit you?
Yes.
They have not.
What about Young Jamaica?
Neither arm.
G2K?
No, neither.
But you know, Travi, I hear that somebody tells me that, you know, neighbor, this young man, Travi, is one of the top explainer of things on TikTok. How could a talent like you not be recognized by the party? Is there something
I am not. Well, neighbor, I'm not living in Jamaica. Let's start there.
No, you don't need to say that. No, come on, Travi. This is a global village, man. You don't need to say that.
Right. So I'm thinking maybe that's a part of the disconnect, or I am not sure. I really don't want to say something or put forth a perspective. I'm simply going to say I'm not sure what it is.
Okay.
Would I be a member? Would I be a member? Yes, I would be a member. In fact, I've applied to the party before to become a member.
And your application is been processed?
Well, I honestly don't know the outcome because it was right about the time when I left.
Oh.
It was right about the time. So I never got a response, and honestly, I haven't checked into on it. I never checked back.
Yeah.
They didn't reach out, I never checked back.
Travi, where is G2K? Where is Young Jamaica?
I believe they can do more. The individuals are there.
They can do more. Where are they?
Let me invite the Young Jamaica president to join you, and he could probably answer you. Or let me invite both.
Yes, because I don't want to say anything.
And let's see what they have to say. Yeah?
I don't want to say anything untoward.
Okay.
No,
yes, I paid the fee. Yes, I paid the fee. For those who are asking, yes, I had applied and I'd paid the fee. But like I said, it's in part my fault because I never checked back and they never reached out, and then everything has just caught up with me, and then that's what I focused on.
Okay, let me ask you this, Travi. How powerful do you think social media is today in terms of political messaging? And I want you, in answering that question, to compare it to traditional media in our space in Jamaica.
Social media has given connection and communication a power that is never before seen. As a matter of fact, social media is the global town square. Social media has given the entire globe, people in different countries, one single town square.
Social media is the town square.
Yes.
Wow. in other words, you feel that this space is extremely influential.
We all can meet here, neighbor. You're where at, I'm where I'm at. Chops is where he's at, Caroline is living lovely where she's at, but we're right here talking to each other in real time, as if, you know, we left our house and just meet out into some sharp square and in each other's presence having a conversation. And that is why I say social media is the town square of the world.
Okay, now, do you feel that this space, not Hello Neighbor, social media, had any impact on the results of the September 3rd elections?
It's social media had any impact?
Yes. And how would you measure it?
Social media had a great impact, a very, very big impact. And I said great, colossal. Because here's one other thing, neighbor. Many people leave different countries to come to Jamaica for general elections. And those people has been in constant communication and discussion about current affairs in Jamaica through social media, not sitting down and waiting on the 7 o'clock nightly news or live at 8 p.m. or whatever they call it, but in real time throughout the course of the day, even throughout the course of the night, sometimes have been having live discussions about current affairs and the direction of the country.
Yes.
So my answer is yes. Social media played a big part. It has negative impact and it has positive impact.
All right, let's break that down then. There is on social media, and I had several clips lined up here that I could play, with a lot of disinformation, Travis.
Yes.
Disinformation that can hurt the party you support.
Yes.
This information that probably is even hurting the party now.
Yes.
What it is that you guys are doing to combat this disinformation, to assert yourself, to build a fence around your prime minister, to protect the work of the government, the legacy of the government. What are you doing?
Like Chops would have alluded to earlier, we volunteer our time to make videos and be present on platform like this and have robust debates, sometimes disrespected, sometimes applauded, but we make ourselves present to fight the fight because Jamaica is important to me specifically. My reason is Jamaica is very important to me because Jamaica represents my home, it represents my place of retirement, it represents my children's future. So for those causes, I have to fight the fight. I have to, give my time to be here to combat lies, combat the misinformation and disinformation, expose some of the tricks that they will play on people here on social media. Because the truth is, a lot of people in social media, but some people can't decipher what is true and what is fake. And some people are simply unable to get the correct information. So we have to be here to point them in the right direction, to explain stuff like you had explained earlier. Certain things need explanation so people would understand, because people would hear some just like misinformation and disinformation. A lot of people don't know the difference. Like you had explained earlier, it is important for us to be out here to explain it to people.
You don't think, Travis, that it would help the party if the party establishes an online presence that is coordinated? It don't have to be paid, but coordinated, where Party Central guides its social media functionaries with information. And as I suggested earlier, you could I don't know, and I don't want to call names, but you don't think it is time for the party to assert itself more in this space here? It is a powerful space, Travis.
Yes, true. And I agree with that. And it goes back to listen, I wanted to say this earlier, but Chops asked to come in first and he ended up saying the exact thing and in the exact direction that I was going. And I'm so happy for that I'm not the only person thinking like that. The officials, yes, they can put and have a social media space and continuous communication, but they must also respect your work, neighbor, respect my part, and show up for us, have the discussions with us, because that is only going to grow our platforms, grow our reach, grow our credibility. We're already out here volunteering time. And if we make a little money in the way, nothing is wrong with that because we're not asking you for pay. I'm not saying we would not be willing to be paid for our time and our work. That's not what I'm saying. But you can also just be here. Your presence here brings attention, brings traction to our platforms, whether it be here or on YouTube or wherever. And you know, engagement brings revenue. That's how social media works. Engagement brings revenue. And if your presence, your simple presence, 5, 10 minutes, 30 minutes to be here. Because, neighbor, let me tell you something. Your program is one of the programs that Chops mentioned when he came on. It's organized and is run properly. Your program is fitting. I don't always come on live and run a whole program, but I make videos and I attend live discussion. And I'm saying your program is a program that is fitting for any minister, any government official to come on and have a discussion with us, the people.
Yes.
And that is, and because social media is so important and so powerful, they need to hear this message. And let me tell you why they also need to hear the message. If you look at the other side of what they're doing, they are approaching social media and putting themselves in front to try and build a presence out here. So we're not just competing with bloggers as blogger and blogger. Their people are joining up with the bloggers.
I see that.
So we have that to compete with.
One more question before I move on. This information, Travi, is something that I guess a lot of people in Jamaica not even understand the disinformation. Do you think that the opposition is behind the disinformation? Do you
100%, without a doubt. I don't believe it.
100%,
I don't believe it. I know it. There's a difference here.
They're not behind it. They have a whole apparatus that is set up solely for disinformation.
Right. So that's why I say to you, neighbor, it's not belief for me. I know it. I know they're involved. I know they're behind it.
Do you think it is coming from lower, the law? For example,
it comes straight from the top, neighbor. And you know how I know that? And you know how I know that? One of their prominent bloggers and another blogger got into a quarrel and he spilled the beans on live for everybody to hear.
Is that so?
Yes.
Did you know, sir, that there is a line that is being pushed out there, that in the Joel and Silvera, it's before the court, so I don't want to say much on it. But do you know that there's a line? Huh?
And I understand.
Do you know that there's a line being pushed out there, sir, that somehow anyway, leave that alone.
Neighbor, you don't have to say it. I know what you're going to say, and most people know because we've heard them say it. And it's ridiculous and laughable, but they are saying it. They are saying it, and I believe if the persons who it is being said about don't respond and just stay quiet about it, it's not working in your favor doing that.
Trevor,
no, it's not.
Neighbor, in communism, for communist regimes to work, I don't know if you're familiar, there is not a single communist country or communist party that rise to prominence or leadership in any country that did so because of a fair election. They don't. You know what they always come to prominence based on?
Disinformation.
Disinformation, a coup with disinformation. Because one of the things that happens in those regimes is that, and it is said, if you leave a lie,
my God,
unchallenged, it becomes factual. It becomes true.
But stop, hold on. I hear George Davis saying last week that people were calling nationwide to ask if it is true that there was an extradition request for government ministers.
Yeah, and they will look here. They will manufacture those stories and put them out there, and there are persons who will bite hook, line, and sinker. They've done it so many times. But the thing is, we have a history with JT, that is, and we're moving away from it now. But we usually allow time to pass. I think it was almost a policy of the party to say, don't comment on it, leave it alone. let it die. But these things don't die. It becomes true. If it is left unchallenged, it becomes true. And the only time that we've been successful at this was during this 2025 election, where we had persons like Marlon Morgan out there aggressively. Every single word of misinformation that has been placed in the public space, Marlon Morgan will get on the radio, get on the TV, get on social media, and get ahead of it or get behind it. So it never had a chance to take root. But those that took root prior to the activation of the communications task force leading up to the last general elections, those things that had taken root before, they were blooming and blossoming and bearing fruit. So again, we won an election in 2020. And what needs to happen now is that we need to activate the communication task force in two ways.
Let me ask you a question.
One,
Let me ask you a question. Is there no legal recourse for this nonsense, man? How can you be coming on social media to talk about people kill people? There has to be something legally that can be done. Is this not libel, sir?
Yeah, there is. I don't think enough examples have been set of these persons. I myself have been sitting on at least 4 different documents that I need to finalize to be distributed to individuals who I just cannot find them, neighbor. These people are hiding behind their keyboard, and some are residing overseas, some are residing in Jamaica, but you cannot get a hold of them to effectively serve them. I have 3.
But I heard
at least 3
ready saying that a certain individual unalived a certain individual. That cannot be just. I mean, I don't know.
But we've heard it. I understand, and I understand your frustration, and to the point where, in the spirit of the term that Chops use about taking root, if you left certain things unchecked, I would say, especially in this time, Chops, because you see the misinformation and the disinformation, the lies, the blatant attacks, they are traveling faster than back in the day. They are traveling faster than last year.
When you read the comments, there are people that are believing it.
Oh yeah,
agreeing with it.
Yes, because some people, their source of information is not through research or reading or the Jamaica Library or getting, JIS and getting parliamentary papers.
Let me understand you.
It's
You
WhatsApp
are saying
groups.
that these people are not just on a frolic of their own. They are not just coming up with these things out of the blue. That the party is behind it. Is that what you're saying to me?
Stand by that 100%.
And I support you 100%. Neighbor, do you know where I work?
No, sir.
I wonder if anybody on the live know where I work or who I'm associated with in terms of work, job in Jamaica.
Yeah,
How are you?
Is that something you want to put on here?
No,
Yes,
but no, because you will hear it out there, and I wanted to prove a point to you.
Yeah. So there's this argument going about that you are the general contractor for the CRH and Children's Hospital in Montevideo.
and most Jamaicans believe that. It is so believable that sometimes I go on programs and I'm asked to comment on things that
Not
has to do
only
with
that,
corner
Chuck,
regional.
you're also the PM right hand.
Have you ever seen a picture with me and the Prime Minister?
Sorry, you don't work at the Cornwall Regional Hospital.
I absolutely don't.
Don't take it serious.
Hold on, you don't work at
I'm
the
just
Cornwall
saying.
Regional?
No.
Never had?
No, never had.
Really?
Never ever. Never ever.
You're also the PM's right hand.
I'm making that point.
You see why? It is very important. Because here you are now. Because I thought that was true, I had no reason to doubt it. But
I'm telling you,
I thought this was quite
true. It is national. It is known all over Jamaica. Everybody believes that. Oh, he works for Cornwall Regional Hospital. And they even quote
No, but you're the
figures.
big guy for Cornwall Regional. Remember one time I reached out to your jobs and tell you I'm begging you a job? That was the reason.
Hold on. No, hold on. Let me get it together. Can you say too cute a while ago, chaps? Neighbor, the argument is he is the one building Western Children and is also building over Cornwall Regional Hospital. Chaps is the one that got the $21 billion contract. That is the word that these people are pushing.
I thought, are you the chairman of a school board in Western Jamaica?
Yes, I am the chairman of a school board. No, that is correct.
That is true.
That is a fact. There are so many titles that have been given, and I'm just trying to prove a point to you that when you allow for something to take, and I've never really disputed because I never had to, so I allowed it to continue. But if you leave it unchecked, neighbor, it becomes true, and that's what's happening.
Yeah, it does. It does. But Harry, these political functionaries, they are more closely aligned to the Labour Party than you are. Are you hearing what they are saying, Harry? Do you believe that this information could be flowing out of the belly of the PNP?
Well, neighbor, if we follow the breadcrumbs, and look at who stands to benefit the most from these acts, then there's no question about it, right? And in fact, the whole aspect of it that has never been there has never been a push back and to disassociate themselves from it in terms of the opposition, then makes it even more cementing that they stand the most to gain, and also they have not spoken out against it. In fact, they have embraced it in more ways than one. And as such, you can only deduce from the law of deduction and in terms of science that is exactly what is happening. And until and if they're bold enough to come and say truthfully that they aren't, which I don't think they can, then we leave it as such.
Harry, hold on, Harry. I beg to differ. I absolutely beg to differ, but because of what you said just now. You say if you're bold enough to come and say some, Harry, I want you to do a search on the Observer for a story that oh God, remember the title of the story that the news story was about Crystal Tomlinson, PMPYO president at the time. She made a comment requesting that the party funds the propaganda arm properly.
Yeah, man, I have that. I know that. But so, the part, Travis, that I said, if it's true, that is a critical part, because they can come and deny as much as they want, and they've always done so.
But they have publicly stated
true.
But they have publicly stated that they are requesting funding for the propaganda arm of the party. And this is what we're talking about now. These people, they are the propaganda arm who are on social media spreading these misinformation, right? That is and that's why we can't be surprised if they're accused of buying vote, because the general secretary had said it on national TV. He had said it on national TV that yes, they do buy vote, and if you go there, any politician go there, somebody got to say, "Want to give me a thing, no?" And it is something that we have to do. So yeah, it's no longer an accusation whether or not they buy vote. He has admitted to it.
Yeah, but it's clear, Travis, that there is no way you can respond to everything and all of this. What are the benchmarks? What are the limits? Where do you respond? What do you leave alone? What is the strategy that you think could be employed?
Again, the suggestion made by Chaps, which I do second, is empowering people like yourself who out of nothing strive to bring forth truth to the people. I watch you shut down Mr. Sydney's lies earlier this evening because it never served your program anything, it didn't get any good. That was you operating naturally. You wasn't for the lies, and you didn't want that on the program. So I'm saying endorse people who push for the truth and the information and help them up, as well as do your own part.
Yeah, because it is people like him, sir, that hurts the democracy. You know, because that is just the type of disinformation that he's accusing the minister of. Is the very thing that he's come here doing, and we don't accept that here.
By my suggestion, like I said, is aligned with Chops. Don't click your phone and turn on no live. You're having no discussion. The people because you only do it once every 6 months or one time out of the year. The people who are on here for their leisure time, come and sit and talk with them, because look, we have 286 people. We're just hanging out and we're just having conversation about our beloved country and the way forward. Come and sit and talk with me, because you are the people who have employed to carry out this mission. So come sit and talk to me, man.
We don't have 286 people here. Still
I have
we have almost I know. Look. Well, if I show you the screen around here,
never mind. It's the number I see that I quote, but I understand what you're saying.
Yes, I have another screen that I'm watching this on.
Truly, I've had that experience before, so I understand what you're saying. But my point is, to everybody who is listening right now and having the conversation, I've been here roughly an hour now. There are people who have been here since you start. I came in around about Sydney's time, and they're not going anywhere. And these people truly love Jamaica, love the party, love the administration and the direction that we're going into. Love us back now, man. Is that so hard? We're not asking for money. Come and sit with me and have a conversation.
I got a call today, you know, Trump, about the disinformation in the diaspora. In other words, somebody was calling my attention to the fact that a lot of it is coming from overseas. So it's not only in Jamaica, but it's been spread widely outside of Jamaica. And I think they were suggesting that the conference that is coming up this year, that it should be used to address some of that, where the government needs to say something about it and be able to point people to a source. You don't think that the Labour Party should establish a network, Chavi, a network of their own, which
yes,
keeps the party's message out there, producing programs, maybe a YouTube channel that is just dedicated to Labour Party news, information about government, that people can go on and have their own discussion. They don't have to come here. They could have established their own. You don't think the party should doing something like that?
True. I agree. And coming here is not a too big of an ask, neighbor. Honestly, it's not a too big of an ask. And we have seen the power of engagement. Because, watch here, neighbor, you have over 7,000 people who have watched your page. To come onto your program and to tap into that 7,000, you're reaching just 5 minutes of 30 minutes on your program. You see how much people they would have engaged? 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true.
I've asked at the highest level for them to just and this was during the political campaign. I said, look, guys, just at that time the Prime Minister did not have a TikTok page. And I beg for them to activate a TikTok page with the PM. That was done. Not saying they did it because I said, because there are several persons who probably would have mentioned this. I'm not taking credit for anything there. I'm saying that the Prime Minister did activate a TikTok page. And I asked them, I said, can we just ask the PM to pass through a few of these live discussions? Even for 2 minutes, even for 5 minutes, to say, hi, what's going on? I'm watching what's going on, and move on. Don't need to spend an hour, 5 minutes. No, I can agree and understand that there are some TikTokers who the PM might not want to be associated with because of the type of contents and the fact that these people can just go rogue, and then it could have negative implication on the PM. But while I'm asking for that, you have the opposition leader at 2 a.m. in the morning on a TikTok live having discussions.
Yes.
The opposition leader at the time was on TikTok at 2 a.m. in the morning. Am I incorrect, Travi? You remember those days, right? 2 o'clock in the morning. And we couldn't get our PM to just
Sir, I
pass through one
confirm.
day
A
and say
delayed
hi.
confirmation, but yes, I confirm. That is true.
We couldn't
They
get
had
the
a
PM to
schedule. They
come
had
and say hi.
schedule for everybody who come through from General Secretary to come through. They had schedules for people.
Remember,
coming
the neighbor, I'm not talking about this for me, you know, because I have made my way to the top. I hosted programs at the JLP annual conference for years.
Yes, what you,
So,
yes.
so it's not for me. I don't care about that stuff. I'm through with that. I want people like yourself and others who are out there to benefit from what is going on. And we're not seeing it, so I don't know. They might hear us tonight and might decide to.
Chops.
Yeah.
One question I want to ask. Do you think, or just tell me this, if the bloggers really get the recognition that they truly deserve?
Yeah, they do. They do get recognition. I can tell you that the party and the leader, no lesser person than the leader, appreciate and never seize the opportunity to big up the bloggers. They've always said that, to big up social media. However, the issue I have is it's not the big up that I'm talking about. I'm talking about how do you utilize the space to benefit the party, which in turn will benefit Jamaica. Yeah, because this is always bigger than just the party. The Jamaica Labour Party maintaining state power is the right thing for Jamaica. So we're not necessarily fighting for the party. We're fighting for Jamaica. And I say that, neighbor, because it is not just something that I thought about. It is something that historically, history is on my side when I say that the JLP is better for Jamaica. There's nobody on earth that can dispute that successfully. Nobody. Nobody. History is there and history is on my side when I say that.
Yeah.
So I fight for that.
Yeah.
That's why I fight for the JLP.
The legacy no chops. And I think Harry alluded to this brilliantly the other night when he spoke of preserving the legacy.
Yes.
Because where we are as a country, as a nation, you know, chops. Don't make any doubt about it, you know. We could go right back into the mess, you know.
One mistake we made on February in last year. One mistake, and Jamaica would be hit with something worse than the hurricane we just had.
And don't you think, Chops, that when you looked at the Prime Minister in the last election, you saw that concern on his face. Will my country return? Will we go forward? I think that a burden was taken off his back when he won that third term, you know, Chops.
You see, even during the campaign, when the Prime Minister had to go back to some seats 3, 4, 5 times, I think the Prime Minister, with the work that the JLP has done over the last 10, 15 years, 10 years for this country, since 2016, the work that that party has done, do you think that the Prime Minister should be out there 2 o'clock in the morning campaigning, begging people to vote?
It hurt a lot of Labourists.
Come on, man.
Yes.
Are you out of your mind? Should not have to.
Yeah.
But the nature of
the local government election, so the man lost his voice over in St. Andrew, and they still lost the division.
Let me tell you something, man. You know, I just continue to support because I believe in the Jamaica Labour Party and history, like I said, Arcade and others. History is on my side. History has proven that we are the best.
Thank you, Chops. Thank you, Travi.
You're welcome, sir.
Blessings. No, thank you. Thank you for having me on. Appreciate it.
And thank you, man. Keep up the good work, neighbor. Doing a great job.
Right. Big up yourself. Big up. All right, so we're going to spend a little time with you. You see, Harry, Orchid is with us. Listeners, here is the Zelle account, 954-635-8732. So I'm going to ask my moderator if you could just post that for me so that our listeners can register their appreciation for the program tonight. hold on for me, Orchid. I want to thank Claudette Fox. Thank you, Claudette. Claudette Fox, yeah. Got your message. Thank you so much. So that's 954-635-8732. All right, we next. We saw that message. We saw that. Minutes to 9 o'clock, and we're going to stay with you until 9. What a fantastic contribution from Travi and Chops. Yeah, great discussion. Started talking about dancehall and reggae. Sorry, Orchid, you were saying something?
Yeah, it's just my husband wanted to say something regarding.
Evening again, neighbor. I'm going to try to be as short as possible, but I just want to recognize what you guys were saying and agree in many ways with what you were saying about communication, and especially with the Labour Party and communication. It has been always been a weak point with the Labour Party communicating itself and its successes, and how it really has been leading Jamaica to a more prosperous future. But we have to understand that once there's a vacuum, something is going to fill it. If we're not putting the information out there, it's going to be put out there. And what has been put out there is misinformation. A lot of misinformation has been filling the vacuum that the Labour Party has left open in a lot of ways. You guys are social media guys. And one thing I've noticed, and I think the world has noticed, but maybe it hasn't caught up to some of the more senior people maybe in our party, that the social media space is the dominant space for information in this time.
Yes.
And it is the social media people who are the main purveyors of information. The traditional media is in how it is now, is something that is fading away.
Very, very fast.
You understand?
You know, my brother, I can tell you this, and I'm sharing this information not because I want to promote myself, but
right.
If I pull up the screen over here, we've gone way over 7,000 viewers since we started here. As a matter of fact, we're close to 10,000. Now you tell me which radio station in Jamaica at any time have 10,000 people listening to them, so
precisely.
Not
precisely.
As a matter of fact, there is no month that our listenership is not more than 150,000.
There we go. And that is with the resources that you have. That is you using your resources to build what you have. Imagine now if additional resources were put into what you and others are doing to promote the things that need to be promoted, to reach the ears of the nation in the way that they need to reach the ears of the nation. And this is what the Labour Party needs to realize.
You know what is sad? There are programs that are out there giving disinformation that are just as successful. Just as successful.
Exactly.
You understand what I'm saying to you? Just as successful, sir.
The thing is, the PNP, or I don't know if I should quote party names, but the opposing party, what they are good at is communicating misinformation through propaganda, whether it's misinformation to make themselves look better than they really are, and to make our ruling party look like we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing, when we're very much doing more than is being exposed.
It's been a very effective government, sir. No doubt about it. But you know, I tell you the truth. Sometimes I say, you know, I wonder if Jamaican people understand how lucky we are. I don't
have no idea. No idea. We're blessed more than we can ever imagine, but because we're so blessed, we don't realize how blessed we are.
And you know, sir, I see the government finding $10 billion to give away. Give away, no, sir. Give away. This is $10 billion that Jamaicans will be getting starting this month. You know, some people going to get as much as 500,000 as a gift. You know, sir.
That's an amazing
as a gift, you know, sir. And there are people out there talking about they should get more. Huh? No. Suppose the economy was at where it was in 2016. You think we're gonna find this money, sir?
Exactly.
Suppose the government didn't take out the cat bond. Huh?
That would be a completely different. Well, we thank the heavens, we thank God for the wisdom and the prudence that our leadership in Jamaica has. But like you said, unless this is unless this is properly communicated to the masses, like you said, they're going to fall for two errors. One of two errors: misrepresentation through miscommunications from the opposing party, or people are going to attribute their fortune or good fortune to other things.
Absolutely.
Other things that may have no credence.
That the expectations of Jamaicans have been lifted. The government lifted.
Definitely.
It is the government that lifts the expectation, you know. People, let me tell you something, you see, sir. There was a time in Jamaica when you aspire to buy a ladder, or you aspire to buy a little Toyota. Those aspirations are dead, you know, sir.
Oh yes.
People are now aspiring to drive Crown and Mark
Benz and
BMWs and Benz, because guess what? They look around them and they realize it is possible. It is possible, sir. And that is hope that has been infused into the people by the government, you know.
Now, how do we translate these facts into a communication that the population will appreciate and understand for what it is, and who delivered it?
Yeah, we know that the Prime Minister is building social houses, and these are nice houses, you know, sir.
Yes.
The sociology of that, you know, is that no government coming after him can do anything less, you know, and they will reject it. You can't put them in anything less, you know, sir. You see these nice JUTC, but sometimes I feel like I want to park the old piece of car I have and driving about. Nice, you know, sir.
Oh boy, I'm telling you.
This is how you lift people's expectation. So people over time think that this is just norm. This is how it ought to be. They don't credit the government for it. And that is what the government has missed. You don't do that. You must allow people to appreciate that part of what they are enjoying is as a result of policies that the government has pursued on their behalf. Anyway.
Yes. Yes, neighbor. And thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, man. You and your wife have a great Sunday afternoon.
And you also, sir. And all your listeners.
Yeah, man. She's the right one, eh? She's the right one. She's the right one for you, sir. right, sir. You have the right girl beside you there. Fantastic, eh? What a Sunday.
Till the right one comes along.
What a fantastic couple that is, eh? They they make one call.
Still yesterday is here and calling me. You changed my life and gave me everything. I can't believe what's going down between us. It was right for me, but it was wrong for you. You're just hanging on.
And some of these people that are going to be getting these checks, I don't think you will think they vote, eh? So true. Twinkle, twinkle, twinkle. How you doing? Twinkle, twinkle. Hi. Are you back? Are you back in the United States, Twinkle? Are you back in the United States, Twinkle, twinkle, little star? How I wonder where you are. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder where you are, eh?
I'm just saying.
All right, Orchid, you are you're settling down now with your orchid. That's so nice of you, sir. Mr. and Mrs. Orchid, have a great night, eh? Oh my goodness, snuggled up there, no?
Till the right one comes along. Still yesterday is here and calling me. You changed my life and gave me everything. I can't believe what's going down between us. It was
So Harry? Harry. You know, Harry, I've been looking at the whole matter of preservation of legacy, something that you raised on the program the other evening about preserving the legacy. And you know, Harry, I think that if the party is not careful, just as how Chop said earlier that there was a time when we typed in Edisiaga in Google and Michael Manley came up. The party will have to make efforts to preserve the legacy of this period, Harry, because it really is a significant part of Jamaica's history. When you look at where we are coming from to where we are, and you know where we're going, it's important to be preserved. Eh?
It is, neighbor. It is, especially with the fact that all we've been able to reference was a a devastating time in Jamaica's history. It is just as important, if not more important, to kind of paint over that part of history that we have with something more positive, right? Because
you don't think, Harry, that hold on. You don't think that Jamaicans want to forget that? And do you think that this is not part of the problem that I discussed earlier? That here we are, where Jamaicans don't really want to be reminded of the past so much. They want to base their aspirations and their dreams based on what they are seeing now. And in a sense, Harry, the meeting of these expectations is part of what the government is struggling with. The raising of these expectations.
it is, neighbor. It is, right? And I want to bring it to a part where, there are ways in which people themselves and countries have preserved the legacies, neighbor. But I want what we're achieving now to be different from how it was done back in the days. So, you have monuments, you may have policies named after people, buildings named after people. What I want to see is a strategy employed to etch and carve what we've achieved in the hearts and minds of Jamaicans that will be passed down through generations.
You're not talking about physical monument.
No, neighbor. Right? It is not one in which, because remember, buildings do get destroyed. Sites, what we've seen with Melissa, a lot of that happen. And as such, it gets erased over time. But when you are in the hearts of people, you go around with them. So it's not an out of sight, out of mind kind of thing. And you achieve this through communicating it to the people on their level and let them also be a part of the very achievements, right? Because something like with the crime, neighbor, it wasn't just, the financing and the strategies of the government and JCF executing. People played a very integral part. And if you don't speak about it and communicate it in that light, then people will only see two entities and they will say, let me not say the government achieved it, but the JCF. Very much downplaying their involvement in it. And it is on those merit that I'd love to see us getting it to the people, right? Because if we look at it, one of the major things that persons didn't talk about was, you see that thing we've aspired for, community policing and so on?
Yes.
Under the whole achievement, a lot of that happened in the neighbor, but it's not highlighted. But because it is not put in the forefront of the gleaners and the mass media, it's not spoken about. Those people who, names won't be called because they don't want to name anybody, who participated in helping, whether that is information and otherwise. You want to be able to promote and protect those medium. You want to let it be seen that this is also ways in which we achieved the very aspirations we wanted, that you, the people, played a vital role in doing so. That is how you communicate it.
How do you propose, though, Harry, that we even begin to get this started? You are saying that a mental into the hearts of people, that the legacy of this period ought to be etched in the heart. Do you think that wholeness, because I noticed that young people gravitate to him, do you think that something has started in society?
It has, neighbor, right? It has. But the truth is, the very generation that is inspired and is clinged to Mr. Wholeness, they have a shortcoming, and it's a short attention span.
Yes.
Right? And as such, it is one in which you have to be multifaceted in revolutionizing how they think by letting them be associated with the very thing they want. Because you can't let them achieve it but have no association with it. So, for example, the whole thing that happened with Melissa and, rebuilding Jamaica. And you'd have heard me said, listen, let's bring in the government institutions like HEART, get people certified and let them build it back. So they have that national pride.
Yes.
Right? When people achieve something that they play a part of a larger process, they will never let you forget it, And I share the story where my father had a friend and this man neighbor literally laid 10 blocks on a building, massive building in St. Catherine. And every time I see him, remind me of it because he felt proud of that monumental structure.
Yes,
right?
Yes.
And this is how you go about the process. And this is why I'm fighting in terms of the communication, because I never touched on the mode or the model for communication, right? You have one specific one called interactive model, which is what I love, right? Where the communication is only completed, or it can only be considered communication if the very sender gets some form of stimulus from the receiver. So what that happens is you've achieved the thing. So sender is the government now. Say, yes, we've achieved this and done it. We've put it in the very good channel, protecting it from the noise, right? And the people who is the receiver gets it. But the communication doesn't stay there, because in order to advance, the receivers now have to say how they feel and what they think about it. And that goes back to the sender through another channel, which bypasses noise. And that is how you keep it, neighbor, because the people now will see it as a conversation. And that is how communication works. Because you can't be doing things and people are not, giving their perspective. People are not appreciating it. People are not involved in that aspect. All right? And that is how you help people to say, listen, you see that policy there? I was a part of a community that help with it or something of that sort. That is how you get it to always remain with the people. So the truth is, you nudge the people through governmental channels and let the people realize that, listen, I am actually the true servant of you. And all I do is remedied or I carve the very suggestions that you put forward that you want to see. Your aspiration that you put forward, I then look at it from a higher level and see how best I can help you achieve it. And as such, when we achieve it, I let you know that you played a very big part in it. And that is how that is passed down from generation to generation. Having monuments and so on is good, it's fine. You can leverage that as well. But the true art of it is that we've seen where people are emotional, people are hurting, and people want to replace that hurt. And this is spanning about 2 to 3 generations from the 80s coming up. People are hurt of that period, neighbor.
Yes.
So much so that people have said the gentleman a few weeks ago that said he suffered because of what happened in the 90s. And likewise, my generation would have. And as such, we're looking for something where we can say, yes, we helped, we carved, we were a part of removing the hurt, the pent-up anger, and let not the sacrifices made by people before us to clean this up. We want something positive to hold on to. And that is what we have to do, and it has to be done within the people.
Yeah. We're going to pick this up tomorrow, Ari. Thank you so much. Very good.
Yes, neighbor.
Absolutely brilliant stuff. You opened up a lot more here, sir. Wow. By the way, Harry, before you go, is that anger that we are feeling not part of why we are refusing to accept any less? Our standards have raised, Harry, and going forward, is it not a positive that this very standard that is set to the country, we're not prepared to accept any less?
It is, neighbor. It is, and to the extent where,
in other words, whether it be PNP or JNP, there is a standard set in Jamaica that forever will remain. This is what we expect.
it is where it has to be now, neighbor. The people of Jamaica, having seen both sides of the coin, have made their choice. And it is by no mistake. It doesn't matter how close it may seem for the third term. And I've spoken how critical that third term was for me, specifically when I look at policies, right? And continuity. So the people have seen the worst side of the coin and know one of the best, in fact, the best post-independence of the coin. And as such, people have now been exposed to both. And we spoke about fourth term, they will now decide if they want to continue with it. And I can tell Jamaica that as it stands, I know the misinformation and so on is heavy, but there are things that have not gone in terms of people noticing. They may not speak about it, but people are realizing that where they are now is the reason, or rather, it is because of good governance why they're able to be where they are, right? And as such, they won't let go of that. So even if it takes a margin of 32-31,
if a one seat margin
in 20, if it's even one seat, neighbor, because we've seen it. I think 2007 was one seat, right?
Yeah.
Where people was hungry for that change. And it is something, the more this administration gets it right, and the more the opposition stays the same, it is the more the people will continue to cling to Mr. Holness and his administration even more. And a lot of silent movement will happen, neighbor, right? And that is a space where you can't necessarily judge, but it will be seen on whenever the next election comes. We will look at the set of people who voted, the demography. Because once this administration doesn't blunder, right? I mean, they're not perfect. But once they don't blunder what is happening and keep this recovery doing well and keep on reassessing and engaging the people, letting them know what is being done, how it's being done, why it is being done, and when it will be completed. You see, keeping people in the know, setting and gauging their expectation is not something you just do in consumerism, neighbor. There's a lot you can look into marketing, because the government has to employ marketing strategies that works, that gets to the very psychology and the physical aspect of people, for them to be a part of what we call being loyal. And I'm not talking loyalists like the tribalistic people. It becomes a brand loyal. And because currently the administration says choose Jamaica, their brand is Jamaica, and the people aspire with that brand, you have to employ those strategies to ensure that you protect the brand, and by protecting the brand, you protect the people. And that anger, neighbor, is what ensures that we want to push brand Jamaica that we build, because that's how people will see it, right? They won't see it as the politicians anymore. And that is what you do when you communicate these things really well with people, when you engage them. And because people have now accepted the standard at which they should be serviced, the very least, nobody else, doesn't matter if you're J or you're P, coming after this administration cannot drop that bar, because I can tell you, as soon as the next election comes, that party will be voted out. And that's how radical people can be when they've accepted something that is in advancement for themselves.
So true. Well, listeners, I don't think you can handle anymore. Can you handle any more, listeners? Tell me. Can you handle any more? I think you have your fill tonight. You just need a little Well, I wonder if I can work tomorrow.
I don't know, neighbor, but I won't be here for the rest of the week.
No?
We're not having any show this week, neighbor.
Why?
Well, I've been here since 4 o'clock, and I you know, I feel like I am being overworked and I'm asking for contribution and I'm not getting the support. And I think maybe they just don't like us anymore, so they're not supporting us. We should go.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I didn't thought so at all. What a pity. What a pity.
Ever so tiny, I wanna say someday we'll be together. Yes, we will. Yes, we will.
I should go and join the other live, neighbor.
Huh?
I'm thinking I should probably go and join the other live.
Well, you know, I don't understand because I don't understand at all.
They don't seem to be lacking support. They just say, what's that word? Trot. You know that trot one?
Well, I don't understand.
I just wish I was getting more support, neighbor.
Okay. Well, you know, I think we're gonna have to make another appeal to them. Maybe tomorrow or Tuesday. All right, so we're off tomorrow. Talk to you.
I think you should speak to Harry and Scratchy about that. But I hope you feel better, neighbor, and we will speak tomorrow. Hopefully you'll feel much better.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Have a good night, everyone.
Yeah. Okay. Oh my goodness, that makes me so sad.
And I know you on my heart, and I wanna say it.
All right, Harry, take care of yourself. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Yeah.
What makes you sad, neighbor?
I'm sad because I think we work so hard to get this show up and running. That I thought that our listeners would show greater appreciation for it. Eh? Maybe we're not explaining. Maybe we're not explaining. Maybe we are not, Mark. Harry. Maybe we are not communicating, Harry. We are failing.
Oh my, see that? But the communicational channels again.
Maybe we are not communicating. Well, you know, seriously though, Caroline, I think the listeners will have to decide what they want, because you can easily come here and open the lines and just have a talk shop. If that is what we that would be a pity.
Yes, we will. Yes, we will.
But the work that goes behind the scene here is quite significant, and we do what we do anyway. 876-858-9553. That's the WhatsApp number. 876-858-9553. WhatsApp. That's anywhere in the world you are. 876-858-9553. If you WhatsApp that number, you'll get to Politics Plus. If you're in the United States, the Zelle account is 954-635-8732. That's 954-635-8732. So if you are in Jamaica, the WhatsApp is 876-858-9553.
Tell everybody now. Yes, we will. Yes, we will. A long time ago,
Once you text that number, WhatsApp, then
I made a big
you'll get a response from that.
We're looking at the basic step. To the left. Take it back now, y'all.
Take it back.
One up this time.
One up.
Right foot, let's go. Left foot, let's go. Cha cha, real smooth.
If your shoes are on you, please sit down. Fufa shoes are on them, please don't dance.
This is something new. Yes, for sure.
Oi. All who don't know the left and the right, do this. Stop the finger. Stop the finger. Who don't know the left and the right, just stop the finger them. Any boy you put them on for the knee, I'm gonna take out the hand of it. Take the hand of it. Take your 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 hand of it. No man, no put their hand by the knee.